Red Shellman.
I pinch.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Bad Endings in Video Games Iceberg. This iceberg chart was created by YouTuber Stacky a long time ago, and when I found it, I decided I had to do it. I reached out to the iceberg's creator, and he was more than willing to help me out on a lot of these entries where I didn't understand, and he even lent his voice to some of the entries further down the list. So please check out his channel, he was a great help to me. Now, what exactly is a bad ending? Well, for many gamers, you already know, but we aren't exactly talking about an ending in which things go bad, or it's bad writing, or you just don't like it. While there is some of those entries in this iceberg, we really wanted to focus on player interaction, as in, it's an ending that you, the player, got because you made a bad decision, you chose wrong, you played the game evilly, you missed something, etc., etc. And there's plenty of entries on this list, and we have a lot to cover, so I just want to say right off the bat, there's going to be a lot of spoilers for these games. I'm leaving this iceberg chart up now so you can study some of the entries. If you see a game that you don't want spoiled for you, great, just skip through it. Furthermore, before I say anything about the entry, if there's something triggering or gruesome in it, I'll let you know at that point, but for the most part, viewer discretion is advised, okay? This is the only warning I'll give you. Finally, I just want to say thank you so much for being here. If you liked the video, please hit the like button. If you want to see more, please subscribe. But if you dislike it, feel free to dislike it. But let me know why first. I only want to get better. Thank you all so much for being here. Now, without further ado, let's begin. Layer 1, Undertale. So, Undertale is going into a category I like to call games your favorite YouTuber has played, you may not have, but it's actually pretty good. In Undertale, you play as an androgynous child who's trapped underground in the area of monsters. Their name and gender are up to you. In this underground, your only goal is to escape, and it's riddled with monsters. Now, I know that might sound scary, especially to a child, but most of these monsters are peaceful and actually are more scared of you than you are of them. You are able to fight them and even kill them. In order to get the best ending in this game, you actually have to spare every last monster, like don't kill any of them, and you'll get the best ending. In order to get the neutral ending, maybe you killed one or two not really knowing what you were doing, or maybe just, in fear, but to get the bad ending, the genocide ending as it's called, you actually have to go out of your way to slaughter every last monster. That's literally all of them. It gets to a point where they even begin to hide from you. So, it's one of those situations where you're the real monster, right? At the end of this game, once you do that, that's the bad ending. And the game doesn't let you forget it. Even if you replay the game, every ending you get from that point on will show your character remembering the actions, your actions, slaughtering all those monsters. I mean, hell, one of them's name is Tsundere Plane. Come on now. But anyway, to get this bad ending, you just have to slaughter every last monster. You monster. But hey, at least the final boss is pretty awesome. Pikmin. So Pikmin is a Nintendo game released in the early aughts on the GameCube, and I'm a big fan of the series. I was a Nintendo kid growing up, you see. In this game, you play as Captain Olimar, a spaceship captain who crash lands on a planet alone that is suspiciously reminiscent of our modern-day Earth. On this planet, Captain Olimar laments that the air is actually toxic and his life support will run out in 30 days, so he has to escape. However, his ship is broken into parts and will not fly off without these parts. So he has to repair his ship within 30 days or else suffer a horrible fate. Now, thankfully, he's not alone on this planet as he meets the Pikmin. The Pikmin are animal plant-like hybrid creatures that help Olimar out and are very dangerous in many numbers. Now, at the end of this 30 days, if you find all the parts, you will blast off. The game tells you also that you don't need all parts. However, there's no way of knowing which ones you need and don't need, so it's better to just grab them all. But at the end of 30 days, if you don't have all the parts, Captain Olimar will attempt to blast off anyway because he has no other option. He can't just sit there and suffocate, so he tries to blast off. And if you don't have all the parts that you need within 30 days, unfortunately the ship will crash back down and Olimar will then expire. However, it's not all bad. The Pikmin find you and carry you to their ship, which then sucks you in and turns you into a Pikmin, shooting you out with a bulb on your head and all underground, waiting to be plucked by the next person who happens to stumble upon this planet. So, pleasant thoughts. The Legend of Zelda: Majora's Mask. So Majora's Mask is probably one of the best Zelda games. It is a lot of people's favorite, and it has a lot of mature themes, and it's revolving around death quite a bit. In this game, you play as Link, who is searching for his lost friend in the Lost Woods, where he is attacked by Skull Kid. Skull Kid is actually possessed by Majora's Mask. When chasing down Skull Kid, he actually falls into a tree trunk, which somehow transports him into the land of Termina. Yeah, Termina, terminal, get it? Where Skull Kid has absolute power and is calling the moon down in order to destroy the world. Now, Link has 3 days in order to stop the moon, confront Majora, and save the world. This is legitimately impossible, however, as you don't have enough time to do everything you need to do in order to confront Majora. Thankfully, though, Link is armed with his trusty ocarina and can actually travel back in time to the beginning of the 3 days, only this time with the knowledge, skills, and items that he's obtained, and he does this over and over in order to eventually stop the moon from crashing and defeat Majora. However, what if Link gives up? What if you just say, screw it, and sees what happens? Well, if you don't go back in time and the moon crashes, you're treated to this cutscene, followed by probably the most iconic game over lines in video game history. You've met with a terrible fate, haven't you? Donkey Kong Country: Diddy Kong's Quest. So this is just a plain game over screen, not really a bad ending, but if you've ever played these classic Super Nintendo games, you'll know that if you get a game over screen, it actually appears pretty dark. It looks like Diddy and Dixie are captured and are thrown into what appears to be a furnace. So, pleasant thoughts? Donkey Kong 64. So you'll probably remember Donkey Kong 64 as the iconic yellow Nintendo 64 cartridge, right? It's pretty unique. So this isn't really a bad ending, just a game over screen in which if you run out of lives or quit the game, you're treated to a cutscene where King K. Rool, the series villain, points a laser at your island and blows it up, all while laughing maniacally, which is just unsettling. So yeah, don't do that. Luigi's Mansion 3. So Luigi's Mansion 3 has a pretty unsettling game over screen if you should fall to King Boo. I'm just gonna play it, but for a Nintendo game, it's creepy. Nintendo, always family friendly. Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door. So speaking of Nintendo, Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door is, there's no opinion about it. Paper Mario: Thousand Year Door is the best Paper Mario game. Just kidding. Though it is a pretty classic game, and it's the only one to get a remaster, as a matter of fact. In Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door, you play as Mario trying to rescue Peach, of course, from this time not Bowser, from the X-Nauts. Now, the X-Nauts have a plan to use Princess Peach in their schemes, and spoiler alert, they plan to revive the Shadow Queen, which actually resides within the Thousand Year Door. So at the end of this game, Mario collects 7 crystal stars and is able to open the Thousand-Year Door, which is filled with just monsters, dragons, and just ancient beings of all kinds. At the end of this game, Mario finds the Shadow Queen, who then possesses Princess Peach and begins to power up and is going to take over the world. But she makes Mario a deal. You can join me or die, essentially. And you can actually say, yes, I'll join you, which results in the world being taken over by Mario and a possessed Peach and all hope being lost. Hooray! Also, I want to point out some fun facts. There's another bad ending in this game in which you can read a ghost's diary and you're cursed forever, so that's fun. And also, for whatever reason, this game has the most instances of Princess Peach being naked in any other Mario game, which is just really weird. Do with that what you will. Family friendly. Banjo-Kazooie. Banjo-Kazooie is a classic game. If you've owned an N64, you've played this game. It was made by Rareware, which is the same people that made Donkey Kong 64. Now in Banjo-Kazooie, the plot is pretty simple. You play as a bear and bird duo that work together and are roommates. And Banjo has a sister named Tootie, who is seen as the cutest and most beautiful being in the area. This makes our antagonist, Gruntilda, jealous. Gruntilda's a witch, and she kidnaps Tootie and is going to put her in some magic machine to suck out her beauty and youth and put him into her, Gruntilda. So Banjo and Kazooie must enter in the witch's castle in order to free her. Now, the bad ending here is just the game over screen. If you've ever seen it, you know it's pretty unsettling. If you get a game over if you quit the game, similar to Donkey Kong 64, you're treated with a cutscene in which Tootie is in the machine and Gruntilda actually succeeds, sucks out her beauty and youth and puts them into her, and Gruntilda becomes transformed into a beautiful woman, and Tootie is transformed into a horrible monster. This is, of course, a bad outcome, but I don't know. Looks like a good ending to me. Sonic 2. So the early Sonic games are iconic, legendary, they're great. We all know that. If you play a modern Sonic game now, you'll probably understand that completing the game isn't that difficult, but doing it the right way is. In the original Sonic game, if you beat the game without finding the 6 Chaos Emeralds, there were only 6 back then, you were treated to Dr. Robotnik laughing at you, telling you to try again. So basically, harmless, right? Just saying, oh, do it again the right way. In Sonic 2, however, if you complete the game without finding the 6 Chaos Emeralds, you will be treated to a cutscene in which you see Tails. Yes, this is the introduction of his friend Tails. You will see him looking down upon you as a constellation as the game says, end. So that basically implies that because you didn't get the 6 Chaos Emeralds, Tails is no longer with us. So that's just sad. BioShock. So BioShock is a classic game, and I don't actually have to spoil the big twist in the game in order to go over the bad ending. Believe me, it is a big twist, so if you haven't played it yet, play it. Please, it's a good game. So in BioShock, you play as Jack, the sole survivor of a plane crash that happened in the middle of the ocean. Jack, swimming to the surface, actually manages to stumble across the underwater city of Rapture, which is run by a man named Andrew Ryan. When he goes to this city looking for help, he realizes that it was supposed to be a utopia, but is now a hell on earth. The people of this city have been corrupted from overuse of plasmids, which is a super power drug formed from Adam, which is harvested from sea slugs. I know that's a lot, but bear with me. So Jack must navigate this underwater city in order to find a way to escape. Now in order to do so, he's got to fight off these corrupted citizens known as splicers, and he has to get more powerful, so he uses these plasmids. However, in order to use more plasmids, he would have to harvest more Adam, and Adam again comes from sea slugs. On top of being harvested from sea slugs, they are also found in these corrupted little girls, and they possess Adam in them. and they're protected by creatures known as Big Daddies. So maybe you can see where this is going, but in order to get stronger, Jack has to harvest more Adam, and he can do so in a few ways. He can be gifted them by sparing the little girls, or he can actually harvest the little girls for their Adam and grow stronger. Now, this game actually has 3 endings. You may not have known that. The good ending occurs when you sacrifice no little girls and escape, and everything is happily ever after. In the neutral ending, you may have harvested 1 or 2, but in the bad ending, you harvest every last little girl in Rapture that you can, become as strong as you can, and when you escape, you and the other splicers that follow you wreak havoc on the world. I mean, damn, how hard is it not to kill little girls? Dying Light. So Dying Light is one of the more recent games on this list, and I've never played it. From what I was able to look up and understand, all endings in that game don't end very well. The bad ending I believe the creator's talking about is the nuclear option. You play as a guy named Kyle Crane, and you live in a zombie-infected city or in a zombie-infected world, and the only way to prevent the zombie virus from getting out is to straight up just nuke the city, and you could choose this and nuke yourself and the city, trying to contain the outbreak. This might not even be canon, but this is the bad ending of the game. I mean, anytime you set a nuke off, it's bad. So, especially considering all the actions you took in the game just to let up to everything being washed away anyway in nuclear hellfire, it's kind of tragic. Anyway, moving on. Among Us. So Among Us is, if you don't know about the game, go ask your 10-year-old niece. She'll tell you all about it. All kidding aside, Among Us is a pretty neat little party game. It's essentially John Carpenter's The Thing, but in a video game format. So you play as these adorable little astronaut guys, and 1 or 2 of you is an imposter. What that means is you're a monster in disguise trying to take out all other players, and all other players are trying to eject the monsters before they're all, eaten, right? The bad ending in this game occurs basically when the monsters win. That's pretty much it. Pleasant thoughts that the idea is everybody that's human gets sucked out and thrown away and caught, and the monsters live on to go and infect another planet. So you may have just doomed the world. Good job. Grand Theft Auto 5. So if you haven't played Grand Theft Auto 5, you just don't play video games, or you live in a country that just doesn't have power. Grand Theft Auto 5 is, I don't need to tell you what it is. Like I said, you've probably played the game. Essentially, there is a story mode in this game, even though most people play online now. And the story mode involves 3 characters: Franklin, a young up-and-coming criminal; Michael, a seasoned veteran criminal; and Trevor, who's kind of just a psychopath. So in this game, you just commit a whole bunch of crimes, you rob a bunch of people. There's a story connected to it. It's kind of ridiculous if you ask me, but it's a lot of fun too. Franklin is the younger of the 3 criminals, and he has kind of a heartwarming relationship with Michael in a way where he sees him as a mentor. Trevor comes along later on in the game, and he also sees him as somewhat of a mentor, though lesser so as Michael. At the end of this game, you commit one of the biggest robberies in basically US history, and Franklin is confronted by the main antagonists of the game, the FIB and Devin Weston, a billionaire, like the billionaires we have in modern time. So the FIB asked Franklin, hey, we need you to kill Trevor because we can't control Trevor, we can control you and Michael though. And Devin Weston asks Franklin to kill Michael out of pettiness because Michael accidentally killed his assistant Molly. So at the end of this, you're given 3 options. Option A, kill Michael. Option B, kill Trevor. And option C, death wish, which means that you're going to try to save both of them. Now, if you're like me, you tried to save both of them. Most people have. I'm sure 90% of you chose C without even thinking about it, right? In fact, probably 95. But did you know that you actually can choose option A or B, and there is an ending based on that? In option B, if you kill Trevor, well, basically the world is made somewhat a better place. Trevor's kind of a loner, and he is a murderer and a horrible criminal, but Franklin feels super depressed about it, and so does Michael, and the game just sort of carries on. Not really a lot to talk about. But in option A, if you kill Michael, well, the game takes a much more depressing tone. You confront Michael at an oil derrick in the dark, and you actually tell him, hey, it's nothing personal, but I'm going to do this. And Michael runs away, lamenting, almost crying that he can't believe this is happening, that he looked to Franklin like a son, which is just truly heartbreaking in my opinion. You chase Michael down and you hold him at gunpoint, and a scuffle ensues, and Michael falls from a very, very far height, only to be caught by Franklin. Michael and Franklin then have a quick argument, and as Franklin, you can reconsider and try to save Michael instead, thinking, oh, I've made a mistake. But when you try to pull Michael up, Michael just headbutts you, forces you to drop him, and then Michael dies. I believe this is because Michael was just depressed about the whole situation. He was tired of it, and he realized that if Franklin was going to try to kill him, he just kind of wanted to die at that point. Anyway, Michael dies, and then the game ends in a very somber and sad note. As Franklin, you can then talk to Trevor, but Trevor says he wants nothing to do with you. And pretty much everybody blames you for Michael's death. It's pretty sad. It's kind of tragic, actually. Anyway, if you've played Grand Theft Auto 5, you know all this, but it's certainly a dark ending considering the content of this game, too. So it's pretty interesting. Anyway, let's move on. Cuphead. So Cuphead, going from hyper-realistic to hyper-cartoonish, Cuphead is a platforming game, an old-school style, and it's animated in this old-school Disney style, which is really impressive. The game is actually pretty difficult, too, especially if you're a game journalist. But in this game, the story is you and your brother, Mughead, owe the devil money. And so, as such, you are tasked with going around collecting from other beings that also owe the devil and collect contracts from them. At the end of this game, you meet the devil and he says, hand over the contracts that you've collected for me. And the bad ending ensues when you just say, yeah, okay, here you go. And then you become the devil's slaves for all of eternity, and you get this really unsettling music. It just looks creepy. I mean, it's cartoony, sure, but it looks it looks pretty dark. The true ending is obviously to say no and to fight back, but if you get the bad ending here, it just it looks freaky, man. Anyway, let's move on. Smash Bros. Ultimate World of Light. So this is going in the category of party games that have a story mode. Anyway, in this game, you live in a video game world. I can't even say Nintendo world anymore because there's so many non-Nintendo characters now. And it's under attack by the forces of Galeem and Darkon. Now, Galeem and Darkon have almost complete total victory right from the jump, as they are able to take over all of the characters except for Kirby. Kirby's always a standout character in these games because he's the creator Matsuhiro Sakurai's favorite and original character, but I'm digressing. Kirby must then set out on a journey to free the other characters and ultimately confront the two. Now, at the end of this game, you have a choice of siding with either Galeem or Darkon, and if you side with either one of them, that's the wrong choice. The correct answer is to fight both of them and liberate your world entirely. But you can side with Galeem and the game just kind of ends. But the bad ending is if you side with Darkon. If you side with Darkon, he thanks you by killing all of the characters and plunging the world into total darkness. So yeah, pleasant thoughts. I mean, come on, his name is literally Darkon. Mario, what are you doing?
You blew it, schmuck.
Kirby 64, the Crystal Shards. So starting off layer 2, we have Kirby and the Crystal Shards on the Nintendo 64. More Nintendo family-friendly wholesomeness, of course. You play as Kirby, and you're tasked with collecting 98 crystal shards. You see, the Ripple world, which is a fairy world, is invaded by a being known as dark matter, and he shatters their crystal into 100 pieces, and they scatter all throughout the galaxy. And Kirby and his friends help to track them all down, ultimately confronting dark matter and completing the game. However, you can make it to the final boss without finding the other pieces of the crystal shards. In fact, I don't think you need hardly any of them to beat the game. When you do, you're treated to just an absolutely out of nowhere and unsettling cutscene that I'll play now. Yeah, I don't know about you, but that gives me chills even as an adult. I mean, it just comes out of nowhere. The music cue, the look. I mean, nothing else in the game is like this. It's absolutely unbelievable. Talk about a bad ending. Of course, you can then go ahead and replay the game and get all the shards. You don't lose any progress or anything, but still, that just comes out of nowhere, man. Anyway, let's move on. Mario Kart 64 and Mario Kart Super Circuit. Okay, I can see your skepticism from here, and you might be wondering, okay, come on, how is there a bad ending in Mario Kart? But believe it or not, there is, although you may not have seen it. Now, there's not really a story in Mario Kart, it's just competing in the 4 tracks that you're given and then being rated from first to third. In order to qualify for the next race, you have to place at least 4th or above, at least in Mario Kart 64. If you're not in the top half, then you have to restart that race from the beginning. So if you make it to the very end of the 4 races, you'll know that you're rated based on first to third, and you're put in a podium and given the trophy. And in order to compete the game and see the credits, you have to get first place in every last Grand Prix. So this is pretty simple and straightforward, right? Well, what happens if you place 4th? Remember, you get to qualify if you make it 4th, but there's no 4th place podium. If you get 4th place in Mario Kart 64, you are treated to just the absolute worst thing. There's a cutscene plays where it shows your character looking forlornly at the other 3 getting awarded, and they just drive off. But that's not enough, as after they drive off, a bomb literally follows after you, and off screen you are blown up, and then the screen just says, try again. I mean, my goodness, imagine what happens to 8th place if that's your reward for making it to 4th. And in Mario Kart Super Circuit, it's even worse because it's shown at 4th place is just sitting there minding their own business, and the freaking winner's podium crashes down upon them. Like, what kind of award is that? What is this, Mario Party? Anyway, if you've seen it before, you know it's a bit unsettling, but it's actually pretty hard to get, so check it out next time you play it. Try getting 4th place and see what happens. Splatoon 2 and Splatoon 3. So I'm going to add these together. There's really not a lot here. The Splatoon games are Nintendo's hero shooter, you could say. They're okay. I had more fun with the story mode myself than playing online. But in these games, in the story mode, on the second game, if you fail at the final mission, you're treated to a cutscene which shows the world being destroyed. So that's fun. And in the third game, it's even worse. You're treated to a cutscene, or at least a PNG, of all the characters being transformed forcibly into mammal creatures, which, if that doesn't sound that bad, imagine you suddenly being transformed into a squid out of nowhere. That would be frightening, right? Anyway, it's just a bit unsettling, but there's not a lot here. We'll move on. Persona 3. Okay, this is going to be a long one. And of course, there's a lot of Persona games on this Iceberg. This one comes first, however, since it is the newest being re-released last year. Anyway, I'm about to summarize an 80-hour game in less than a few minutes. Essentially, the world of Persona 3 is totally normal except for the fact that there are secretly 25 hours in each day, the 25th hour being the dark hour, in which most people are frozen in time and monsters, known as shadows, roam free and consume them slowly. Some, including our main cast, is immune and actually able to fight these shadows using their personas. Carl Jung would be proud. Anyway, in order to stop this, it is presumed by the main characters that major shadows must be defeated, as one shows up every full moon and there are 12 months in a year, 12 shadows, you get it. So at the end of this, they defeat the 12 shadows and the heroes celebrate, only to find out that that did not work, but they actually played into one of the main villain's hands. Because by doing this, they actually caused the end of the world. By destroying these 12 shadows, they have actually summoned Nyx, the god of death, which is undefeatable, as in it's incorporeal. All Nyx needs to do is touch the earth and all life ends. We know this because after the 12 shadows are defeated, a new character enters the game known as Ryoji. Ryoji at first acts as though he's some normal guy, but eventually he reveals his secret that he is actually an avatar of Nyx. He tells the main character, you, playing the game, that Nyx will come at the end of the new year, and that if you want to defeat him, too bad. But there's one way to avoid suffering. If you kill Ryoji, all of your memories of the Dark Hour will be gone, and no one will know of Nyx's arrival. Basically, you'd be blissfully unaware, and life would just end one day, without pain or fear. Now, this is a choice given to the player, and the other characters all come to be against this, but the choice is ultimately yours. Although as the player, we have no idea if this is true. Why can't we fight this thing? Well, maybe you don't want your friends to suffer, or maybe you just want to see what happens. Either way, if you kill Ryoji, his words come true. Everyone forgets about the Dark Hour. Well, all except for one character, but anyway, the rest of the cast just sort of lives their lives daily as though nothing is going to happen. They don't know anything about the Dark Hour, Nyx, whatever. The final scene plays sad music as the three main characters of the main cast, including your character, enjoy some karaoke, hanging out, presumably at the exact same time that Nyx is touching down on Earth, ending all life. But hey, at least they got to spend their final moments in peace. Damn. Talk about a dark hour. Wario Land 4. So the Wario Land series is a platforming game starring Wario, one of the villains of the Mario series. I've always admired Wario because of his just honesty. I mean, he'll save the day, but you're gonna have to cough up. I mean, he's in it for himself, and that's, I don't know, refreshing, I guess. Anyway, Wario hears of treasure that is in a pyramid in the middle of the jungle, and he goes there to loot it. When he gets there, he meets a black cat that follows him around. Well, in this adventure, he fights bosses, he finds treasure. Some treasure you can miss out on if you're not careful, but at the end of the game, after Wario defeats the final boss, he leaves the temple with his loot, and the black cat actually transforms. You see, this was actually the princess of the temple at one point that was cursed, and so Wario somehow finding the treasure breaks the curse on her. Now, depending on how much treasure you got in the game, she can take one of 4 transformations. The worst one is her turning into a baby and then giving Wario a kiss and then going to the afterlife. The best ending is Wario's princess becoming like a mature princess and giving Wario a kiss, which he likes a lot. And then one step down, you have a kind of weird. It's a teenage princess, but it's still innocent. Nothing, bad happens. But the worst ending, I feel like, is the princess turns into a Wario-looking princess and gives Wario a kiss, which disgusts him. And then, no matter what happens, the princess goes to the afterlife, and Wario escapes with the loot and just sort of hangs out and goes and eats all-you-can-eat steak dinner. So, yeah, Wario Land 4. Get all the treasure. Or else. Star Wars: The Force Unleashed. So this is a really cool game. I played it a lot when it was out. If you've been watching the background footage of this video, Soul Calibur 4, you may have seen The Apprentice. He actually had a guest starring role in this game. Well, The Apprentice is actually Darth Vader's apprentice. You see, he was taken in as a child under Vader's tutelage, and he has very strong Force powers. So the plot of this game is actually kind of complicated in my opinion. What you need to know is at some point Vader sends you into the Rebels to be like a double agent, but Starkiller then begins to like them a lot, and he begins to question what master he really serves. The climax of the game has Palpatine capturing all of your friends, the Rebels, and you rush in to try to save them. It's at this point that you face off against Darth Vader himself and actually win. You fight him and throw him down. Meanwhile, the Emperor has your friends and is killing them. The Emperor then tells you to finish off Vader, and you have a lot of reasons to be mad at Vader at this point if you're Starkiller. But your friends are in danger and they beg for your help, so Starkiller has a choice to make. The good ending, the correct choice, has Starkiller facing off against the Emperor and beating him, actually, and saving the day. But to get the bad ending, you actually have to ignore your friends and let anger and hatred consume you and go and face off against Vader, finishing him off once and for all. After this, you jump back up to confront Palpatine, who has already killed most of your friends, and gives you one final test. Finish off this final guy, the last one he left alive, and join me as the new Vader. But this enrages Starkiller, and he turns his lightsaber on Palpatine, but Palpatine is ready for it. You see, he knew this would happen. And the Apprentice, now weak after just finally killing off Vader, is then himself thrown around like a rag doll and defeated pretty handily by the Emperor. Meanwhile, all of his friends are now dead. The Apprentice then wakes up later to find he's in a metal suit on a table, just like Vader was, and is now going to serve as the Emperor's new Vader.
Find and destroy. You will do my bidding until I find a new apprentice. And then, like Vader, you will be cast aside. Finish it.
Cyberpunk 2077. So this game is kind of recent, and I also want to say trigger warning for self-harm. In this ending, I want to kind of be brief here because I want you to play the game for yourself. This is kind of recent, and plus the plot's just kind of complicated, so forgive me. But essentially, you play in a dystopia in this future of 2077, and you play as V, who can be, whatever gender you choose. It's your character, but they do have a voice and a name and friends. And in this game, you're basically fighting against the mega corporations. You steal a chip that can give you eternal life, like a brain chip, but it also has a side effect of deleting your mind. And it's supposed to be painful, not a pleasant experience, right? So halfway through the game, or a little after halfway through the game, you can flat out just choose to end it all. And when you do, it's just a really somber, really depressing ending. And when the credits roll, you get to hear all of your friends basically lamenting, like, why would you do this? Why would you? All that stuff. But in this ending, V takes it on himself to take his own life because he doesn't want to get anybody else involved in all of the, conspiracies he's now involved in. Again, it's a bit complicated. Play it for yourself, but some people have said they've gotten this ending by accident too, so that's not fun. But it is a bad ending. It was on the Iceberg, so I wanted to mention it, but I also want to be brief, so let's move on. Plants versus Zombies. So we need to lighten things up a bit after that last entry, and thankfully I know just a man to do that. You see, this entry was a personal entry by the Iceberg creator Stacky, and he said he had some personal reasons he wanted to talk about this one. So, without further ado, take it away, Stacky.
So, I've been invited by this red shell person to go over some of the entries that I added from my own Iceberg. Alright, I got time. Good morning or afternoon, class. Today I'm going to teach you about the Plants vs. Zombies game over screens. As properly shown in some other entries, I do allow game over screens as bad endings if they do show a possible worst case scenario if you lose. And this is one of the many that I found. And it's pretty self-explanatory if you know about zombie movies or games and all that. If you fail to defend yourself, well... A pretty dang terrifying ending, honestly, that I think deserves to go to Childhood Trauma Iceberg all on its own. And oh man, the Plants vs. Zombies 2 game over screen. Plants vs. Zombies 2's game over screen has a literal brain being bitten on one of the sides, showing that you really messed up in defending your lawn. Again, just because they're game over screens doesn't mean that there's still pretty terrifying bad outcomes in the end. Your brains have gotten eaten this time around because of your poor planting skills, and there might have been a chance you've gotten some nightmares as a child. Well, unless you're braver than me.
Thank you, Stacky. And no, trust me, I get it. I'm still a little freaked out from that Kirby 64 entry earlier. Anyway, Stacky voices a few other lines down the road in this Iceberg, so look forward to it. He's a lot better than me at this, trust me. Anyway, let's move on. Fallout 1. So, if you're like me, you know Fallout 3, New Vegas, and Fallout 4 are like the back of your hand. They're just really great games, and I'm a big fan of the series. And also, if you're like me, you may not have played Fallout 1 and 2. Similar to Persona 1 and 2, but I digress. Anyway, Fallout takes place in a post-apocalyptic Earth after a nuclear war. The survivors, humanity that is, survived by taking shelter in vaults, and over the years, for one reason or another, these vault dwellers have had to leave the vault and make a new life for themselves in this new land. However, they're up against a lot with the radiation and radiated monsters such as mutants, ghouls, and deathclaws. So, you play as a resident of Vault 13, and your vault is in some trouble as in the water purification system has malfunctioned and requires a part that you need to go out into the wasteland to get. They only have a few months of water left. So, you make your character and set off, being the first person to ever leave that vault, in order to find this part and bring it back to the vault. During the events of the game, you meet a lot of different characters, a lot of different monsters, level your character up. There's a lot that you can do. So you meet the super mutants, and they are monstrous, but also intelligent, and they are driven. They are led by something known as the Master. Anyway, at some point in the game, you are confronted by the mutants, and you're actually given the option to just flat out give up your vault. You see, they ask you, hey, where are you from? Tell us where there's more humans, and you can just tell them outright, and that ends the game. You are treated to just an absolutely horrific cutscene of the vault dwellers being slaughtered by the mutants, just third person, and to top it all off, for giving this information to the mutants, you are rewarded by being captured and forcibly transformed into a mutant yourself. It's unsettling, but then again, it's kind of what you get for letting all those people die, you dick. One shot. So, I actually didn't know this, and I've talked about this game a lot on this channel. So, in the game One Shot, you may have played it, you play as yourself. You're controlling Nico, a cat boy who straight up got isekai'd into this world that is actually dying. And he has the one thing that can fix this world, a light bulb, but in doing so, he will actually trap himself in this world. See, the game is called One Shot. You only have one chance to get it right. Now, later versions of this game, like Steam and on consoles, actually made it replayable. It took out a lot of the, kind of watered it down a bit. I imagine because if you pay for a game, you'd be pretty upset if you couldn't play it after a certain amount of time. Anyway, in the original version of this game, if you quit the game before solving the first puzzle, you'll be told that Nico will not make it if you quit the game. But if you still choose to quit the game, when you come back to it, try to play it again, you will receive a message that says, "You killed Nico." I mean, damn. Talk about having one shot. Anyway, this one's pretty dark just with the implications of it, but later versions of the game, like I said, allow you to quit at any time. You can just start over, and you can actually get both endings, but yeah, the original version, pretty hardcore. Lisa the Painful. So I want to let you know right off the bat that I'd really rather you play this game, but it's hard for me to talk about this without spoiling it. There's almost no way. So there's also a trigger warning here for SA and for child bad things happening. So viewer discretion advised. Lisa the Painful is an indie game released some years ago. You play as Brad Armstrong in a post-apocalyptic world. For whatever reason, all the women in this world have disappeared and it's only men left. And you can imagine this is a problem and humanity would be facing extinction, of course. However, one day Brad stumbles upon a baby, which would be weird in a world without women, and this baby is a female, and he realizes how important it is that he keeps her safe from the rest of the world. So he takes her in to his home along with some of his friends, and they raise her up until she's a young girl. She's always wanting to get out, and he refuses for obvious reasons. She doesn't understand, but we, the player, we get why. At some point, she escapes and then is kidnapped. So the entire journey of the game is Brad's journey to try to track her down and save her before it's too late. And you can imagine why there's a lot of tension and why you have to do this pretty quick. I don't need to go into detail. So in this world, there's a drug known as joy. Now, Brad has taken this before, but throughout the game, you don't have to take it, but it will give you some kind of boost if you do. So at the end of the game, you find the girl whose name is Buddy, and she has been taken, or at least she's been taken in by an antagonist gang that you've been fighting against this entire game. On top of that, all of the comrades you made in this game as well will be there with this new gang, and they're like, you know, hey, I'm sorry, but, you know, we want to crack at this, right? Again, you can imagine. So Brad does not take this. He's like, no, this is not going to happen. While Brad is basically surrounded by what appears to be maybe 100 people, you enter in the most badass fight sequence of the entire game, where Brad literally slaughters every last man in front of him to get to his daughter, Buddy. And, well, this seems inhuman. Many of the characters say, oh no, how can this be? How can you still be standing? Well, the reality is because something's going on within Brad. When Brad gets to Buddy, she is absolutely horrified to see that he's still alive and how he's got arrows sticking out of him and it just killed hundreds of people basically. And Brad unfortunately passes at that point. There's a lot more that happens, but again, I don't want to spoil it. So for the bad ending, if you remember, I talked about joy. Well, like I said, you don't have to take it, but if any point in the game you do take it, come to find out that joy has a horrible side effect, it actually turns you into a mutant, a mutated person, right? Now, at some point in the game, Brad is forced to take it against his will, but you don't have to take it at all other than that in the game. But because of this, Brad is transformed into a mutant. But if you take the joy on your own, you decide to take it, well, you get a little bit different ending where Brad, at the end of the credits, turns into a mutant, slowly crawls towards Buddy, and then the game ends to be, it's a cliffhanger for the next game. Lisa the Joyful. So, I don't know. This was a heavy one, and I don't want to spoil much, but yeah, bad ending is don't take drugs, kids, I guess. Ugh, I can't even joke. The subject of this game is just... Anyway, moving on. Knuckles Chaotix. So, Knuckles is a side character in the Sonic franchise. This was an older game that released on the Sega 32X. The reason it was called the 32X was because only 32 people ever owned the thing. Okay, that was a bad joke. Anyway, if you remember earlier when I talked about the bad endings in Sonic 2 and Sonic 1, yeah, they kept this trend with this game, only they really ramped it up a notch. In this game, you play as Knuckles and his friends, who are also a bunch of anthropomorphic animals, fighting against Dr. Robotnik, aka Eggman. Only this time, if you get to the end of the game without finding the 7 Chaos Rings, it's rings this time, not emeralds, well, you're treated to yet another scene where it says try again. Only this time, well, let me play it for you. Yeah, no kidding. What makes it worse is at the end, you're told, thanks for playing. Oh, yeah, you're right. Thank you so much for thanking me for playing as the world is on fire. Sekiro. So this is a pretty popular game about being a samurai, which is always fun. Well, this game has multiple endings, and plus this one's kind of recent, so I don't want to spoil too much, but essentially, the bad ending involves you betraying everyone and becoming a demigod, Shura, and going on to end the world, so not really samurai of you. Anyway, not much to talk about here. Moving on. So, Duck Season goes in that category of games your favorite YouTuber played. You probably didn't, but it's actually alright. By the way, trigger warning for violence against younger people and cartoon violence towards animals, I guess. Anyway, Duck Season is a play on Duck Hunt. Now, if you remember Duck Hunt, it was an NES game in which you had to shoot ducks with a NES zapper. If you missed ducks on the screen, the dog would jump out and laugh at you. And, don't lie, you tried to shoot the dog. Everybody did, but nothing happens. In this game, you play as a young boy playing Duck Season, again, which is supposed to be Duck Hunt, in which you actually can shoot the dog. Now, it's cartoony, you don't see anything, but there's many different endings this game can take, right, from that point. Such as the dog coming out of the TV and killing your mother. The dog coming out of the TV and killing you, and you becoming a ghost. Literally, it shows his soul leaving his body, which is horrific. You can also get an ending in which you straight up call the cops, and the cops come and shoot the dog, which is, I mean, this is all kind of dark. But probably the worst ending you can get in this game is you straight up get sucked into the TV world with the dog character where you do battle with them, and should you fail in this fight, you are then trapped in the TV world forever, and the dog escapes to wreak havoc on just about everybody. So yeah, the only way to get the good ending in this game is straight up just don't shoot the dog. If you do that, the game ends peacefully, everything is fine, fun, and happy. So, I mean, I guess don't shoot dogs. I mean, how hard is that, everyone? Luigi's Mansion Beta Game Over. So this one is cut content as well as being just a game over screen. So we're kind of cheating here. But essentially, the original Luigi's Mansion was supposed to have a time limit. Essentially, if you went over this time and you beat the game, Mario's soul would be trapped in the mansion, I guess, forever. And if that were to happen, you were supposed to get this game over screen where it's just Luigi looking just. I mean, what is this? This is the most depressed looking Luigi I've ever seen in my life, and that's saying something. Thankfully, this was cut content because if not, well, at least a lot of creepy pasta writers would have had a lot to write about. Anyway, I don't know. Let's move on. Undertale Yellow. So this is a fan game of Undertale, and if I'm not mistaken, this was actually endorsed by the creator of Undertale, Toby Fox himself. So this is seen as one of the better ones. I've never played it, but from what I understand, this is just a fan game, but it also has the same kind of good, neutral, bad endings. Bad being the genocide route. But in my opinion, it's a lot more positive than the original genocide route because in this one you save a bunch of human child souls, but you also end all life in the underworld. I mean, killing all monsters just like in Undertale. So that's not good, but I don't know about this one. Anyway, it's some good lore for Undertale. It's a good little side project, good little fan project. So check it out. Doki Doki Literature Club. So I'm going to put a trigger warning for self-harm right off the bat. Also, I want to say you might think you know where this is going, but you may not know about the secret bad ending. Anyway, this game goes in the category of games your favorite YouTuber has played. You probably haven't, but it's actually pretty good. It's a visual novel which, well, actually, it wears the skin of a visual novel. If you don't know what a visual novel is, essentially it's a game that focuses more on the story and dialogue choices versus jumping and shooting, that sort of thing, right? So in this game, you play as your character and you meet the Literature Club, which is 4 cute girls, and they all basically want a piece of you, inexplicably, right? And I mean, when I mean piece, you know what I mean. Anyway, the game plays out like you would expect an anime to play out, basically, but things go horribly wrong towards the middle of it, where characters start to act strangely and actually die off. Um, Things go to hell pretty bad, and at the end of it, Monica's the only one left standing. Monica's one of the characters, and she tells you that she's self-aware, she knows that she's in a game, and she's actually deleted the other characters by going into the game files and deleting their files. Now, that's not really how a game works, but I digress. And so in order to complete the game, you have to do just that. Go in the game files, delete Monica, which will actually end the game, and you'll get the true ending. But did you know there's a secret bad ending? Because what if you knew all this? What if you knew it all going into the game, you watched a favorite YouTuber play it, whatever, you were in on it, you were aware. So when you started the game up, you went into the files right from the jump and deleted Monica. Well, you can actually do that. And what happens is, well, it's not good. I'll play a little video of it, but I'm not going to show you the exact brutal scene. You can play it for yourself. Anyway, the game is actually pretty good. I'd check it out. I believe it's still free on Steam. The only thing I would say is that if you like this type of game, you should check out You, Me, and Her, which is another visual novel that has the same concept. I believe it even inspired DDLC, but it's definitely not as newcomer friendly, so be aware of that. Anyway, if you want a game where things go horribly wrong but look like they're just totally innocent and normal in the beginning, check it out.
You blow it, schmuck.
Layer 3, Bug Snacks. So this is a interesting one. It's one of those surprise horror games similar to DDLC. in which everything looks fine in the beginning, but there's actually some serious psychological trauma that happens. So if you haven't noticed, I've been doing my best to try to not spoil games, even though it's kind of impossible. So I'm not going to tell you much about what happens. So this game stars a world of Muppet creatures called Grumpuses, and believe me, that is like the least interesting thing that happens in this game. You play as an unnamed reporter that goes to the island of Bug Snacks, in which insects actually walk around, but they're shaped like food. I mean, one of them is the noodler, for crying out loud, which is just adorable. And these insects are edible. So you go to investigate, only to find out that things are not at all what they seem. Now, towards the end of the game, things go to hell, right? These bug snacks are actually parasitic, and when you eat them, they make you go crazy. They make you become one of the like pack or whatever. And so at the end of the game, you're trying to escape, and there's a sequence in which you're running away. However, there's a bunch of side characters in the game with side missions, you know. And if you help them out, they will help you out and you'll be able to escape. However, if you don't help them out during the game, you don't complete their side missions, they'll simply give up, and when the island's going to hell, they'll let themselves be taken. They will slowly become bug snacks themselves, which is a bit unsettling. Then worst of all, when you get home, the journalist kind of just gets fired, and then no one seems to give a crap about these parasitic insect food creatures. But, you know, in a world of Muppets, I mean, again, maybe they just can't be bothered. Anyway, this one's interesting, but let's move on. Crash Bash. So this one is just hilarious. Crash Bandicoot is one of those mascot console characters, kind of like Mario or Sonic, and every mascot character has to get some kind of party game, right? And Crash Bandicoot is in that category. So in Crash Bash, you play a bunch of mini games, but there is an overarching story, although there's not much, that Uka Uka and Aku Aku, I actually had to look that up just now, are two opposing forces in the world. They're like two gods. They're masks, right? And they challenge each other to party games to decide the fate of the Earth. So they play mini games against each other using their representatives, you know, Crash and his team, and Uka Uka and their team, which is like Cortez, which is the main villain of the series. Anyway, this is just mini games, right? So how is there a bad ending? Well, if you complete these mini games, if you beat the storyline as any of the evil characters, you get a bad ending. The world basically goes to hell, and Aku Aku like says, "How can evil triumph?" and tells Crash and his gang to run away, and Crash just gives out a eep, and you can just assume that the whole world is now destroyed because you lost at some mini game.
What do you mean the Earth is mine?
It was my plan all along, brother. Now I have all of the crystals and all of the power.
How can this be? Was it so naive of me to believe that goodness on its own could triumph over evil? Now Uka Uka has the crystals. The Earth is surely doomed. Run, Crash. Hide, my friends. Save yourselves.
There is nowhere to hide from the wrath of the mighty Uka Uka.
Yeah, imagine losing a game of Mario Party and the friggin' sun explodes. Let's move on. Lego Island. So this is the one that I've been thinking for. Lego Island is a PC game made way back in the late 90s, and you play as several different Lego characters playing mini games on an island known as Lego Island. Yeah, it's an educational game, it's a kid's game, you know, but what you might not know is that Lego Island holds one of the most dangerous final bosses in video game history. His name is the Brickster. So in this game, there's not really a story. I mean, you're just sort of playing mini games until the very end when you play as Pepperoni. Pepperoni. Yeah, it's a kid's game. And you deliver pizzas. Well, you're tasked with delivering a pizza to the island's sole criminal, the Brickster, in which the sign clearly says no pizza, but I guess he couldn't read the sign because it's misspelled. When you deliver the pizza to the Brickster, he uses his master craftsmanship and ingenuity in order to use it to somehow pick the lock, melt the lock off with the pizza. He then rushes past you and hijacks a helicopter, which he clearly has no experience in. He then uses the helicopter to steal the island's power source, the power brick, which he then uses to disassemble the entire island brick by brick. Now, as Pepperoni, you are deputized by the police, who frankly can't do anything, to chase him down. You get into a helicopter yourself and chase after the Brickster. In the good ending, you stop him. But in the bad ending, you are shown a total apocalyptic scenario in which the Brickster has absolute control over the island. Everybody just cries and look on in fear, as even the Brickster doesn't know whether or not his victory was truly worth it in the end. Check this out.
It's mine! All mine! All mine! Mine?
Yes, the Brickster has won and is now in total control of Lego Island. But at what cost? His own devastation he couldn't handle. And I'm just going to have too much fun if I don't stop. So anyway, that's the bad ending of Lego Island. If you don't stop him in time, the island goes to hell. Anyway, let's move on. Batman, Dark Tomorrow. So if there's a character that's gotten just an obscene amount of video games, besides Mario, it has to be Batman. Batman Dark Tomorrow was released in 2003. It's an interesting game. You play as Batman fighting against Ra's al Ghul. And Ra's al Ghul plans to flood the world with this world-ending device. In the final mission, you make it to Ra's hideout, and many different endings can play out here. He has the device set up, and you're supposed to disable the device, then face off against Ra's al Ghul for the good ending. However, if you disable the device and make it to Ra's al Ghul, but die in the final fight, Ra's al Ghul would just sort of laugh at you and say, well, you set me back a few days, but we're just going to fix it, and you're dead, so that's the end of that. You can also fail to disable the device and die at Ra's al Ghul, in which the world ends anyway. But possibly the worst ending possible could be you fail to disable the device, but you beat Ra's al Ghul in his fight, in which Ra's, as he's dying, just sort of laughs at you and says, well, you screwed up, Batman. Then he detonates the device, which floods the world as Batman stands there alone and gives a very loud and comical "No!" straight out of Star Wars. Check it out.
We'll be there to witness it. So shall it be.
So I know the world just ended, but it's got to be worth it to hear that out of Batman. That was just ridiculous. Anyway, let's move on. Friday the 13th on the NES. So I wanted this entry to be on here. It has one of the most blunt and brutal game over screens in video game history. And you likely know this game from the famous video the AVGN made on Friday the 13th, where it's just I don't know, it's hilarious. Check it out. But in this game, you play as camp counselors trying to save children from Jason. So right off the bat, if you get a game over in this game, children are unalived. So that's not fun. You fight against Jason and zombies and bats and wolves and just a bunch of random stuff. You fight Jason like in Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. No, literally, it looks just like it. And if you get a game over in this game, you get the infamous "you and your friends are dead" game over. I mean, wow, yeah, that is pretty brutal. Of course, the AVGN took it one step further in his video. You're dead, your friends are dead, your family's dead, your friggin' pets are being... Your mom's a fucking whore, you suck at life, the whole world hates you, you're going to hell, live with it. Game over. Which, I believe, would probably fit in well too. Anyway, let's move on. Chrono Trigger. So this might be one of the most infamous instances of a bad ending in video game history. Should maybe be higher on the list, but I digress. In Chrono Trigger, you play as time travelers trying to set a timeline right. This is a classic Super Nintendo Japanese RPG game, and a lot of you may know it, and a lot of you may have played it. But this has one instance, and only one instance, in which if you fall to a boss, the final boss, you are shown a cutscene of the results of your failure. It shows the world going to hell and you getting just a horrible game over screen. This doesn't happen in any other part of the game, and it's pretty infamous. I'll play it now. Yeah, it speaks for itself. I cut out a big chunk of that because it goes on for a while, probably 2 minutes at least. Anyway, check out the game. It's pretty good. It's a classic. I don't want to spoil too much of it, but basically I had to spoil that. I mean, you know how it goes. Anyway, let's move on. Myst. So Myst is a classic PC game, I believe in the early 90s, so it's kind of old. It's a point and click adventure style puzzle game, and it's got magic in it. So you come across two spell books that both have a soul trapped inside of them. And in order to free the soul from either book, you have to return pages to the book, which will free them. But you're not supposed to do this actually, because if you do, you switch places with the person that was imprisoned there. Then you find out they were imprisoned in the book for a reason, and they thank you by, in turn, trapping your soul in the book forever, in what can be just said as both equally unsettling and hilarious at the same time. You get this bad ending.
Oh, yes! Yes, I'm free! Oh, thank you, my friend. My dear friend. You've done the right thing. You stupid fool! It looks like perhaps you're in the book now. And what have we here?
Now I cut that down for time, but you can imagine it's it's a little unsettling, but also at the same time I think the real bad ending is just that acting. Gotta love the early 90s. Anyway, let's move on. Five Nights at Freddy's. So this one goes in the category of, well, I don't need to say. You know what this game is, but to explain the bad ending here, I have welcomed back once again Stacky. So take it away, Stacky.
Oh, Five Nights at Freddy's, what are we going to do with you? Look, pretty much every FNAF game is going to have a bad ending no matter what. And this time, I am not resorting to the game over screens. No, I want to be more creative this time around. Some of the following include a child figuring out what the Bite of 87 was, you turning into an abomination, you getting bankrupt, a child you play as gets kidnapped, two yellow bears meeting each other, causing them to both explode and end the world. I haven't even gotten to my least favorite ending yet, oh my god. I am of course referring to how in Five Nights at Freddy's 1, if you do your job absolutely right, you'll be rewarded by a paint slip saying you're fired because of foul odor and tampered animatronics. Sure, the tampered animatronics, that was on them, that was their mistake. But no, they had to blame the security guard who's doing his job just fine. You know what? This bad ending makes me want to go back to Kenny's Burgers and Fries, because at least they pay their employees for working overtime. I forgot what I was talking about here. So, back to you, Red Shell Man.
Yep, I agree, Stacky. The real horror of Five Nights at Freddy's is not making a livable wage. Anyway, let's move on. And thank you, Stacky. Be sure to check out his channel. Henry Stickmin completing the mission. So this one's kind of an odd entry. These series of games are like flash games, and your favorite YouTubers probably played them. They're more comedic in nature, but apparently it does have a fan base, and the fans weren't too happy about an ending in the 6th installment, completing the mission, in which a fan favorite character known as Calvin perishes in some contrived way. I don't know, it's kind of weird on this one because there's so many bad endings and they're all just kind of funny. Check out the game if you'd like, but I don't really get it. Moving on. Hey, hi, how you doing? Red Shell Man here. This is an intermission of sorts. Give me a few seconds, alright? I hope you're doing well. I hope you're having a good night at work or you're enjoying a good game. I wanted to say thanks so much for watching this video. I put a lot of hard work into it, and so did Stacky. Don't forget to subscribe to his channel if you want more out of him. If you like my video, hit the like button and hit the subscribe button. If you want to see more, you can always change your mind later. And if you don't like it, go ahead and leave that dislike. But let me know why first, because how am I going to get better if you don't tell me? Anyway, along with this intermission, I want to say that the next following 3 entries are from the Persona series. Persona 1, 4, and 5. Now, 3 came earlier, probably because it's, the most recent being that it just got re-released, or maybe, the Iceberg creator just sort of wasn't thinking about it. That's actually more likely. But now, in order to talk about bad endings, I have to spoil the story. Now, Persona 3, I don't think it ruins the experience if I spoil the story, but Persona 4 absolutely will. And Persona 5, well, again, I really waiting to play these games because they're really good, but this is the bad endings Iceberg, so I'm going to talk about them. Furthermore, I also know that a lot of people really don't like the Persona series. A lot of people are really just fed up with the fandom. They think it's overhyped or whatever. So rather than you mashing the skip button over and over and over again, I wanted to give you this little intermission. There's a timestamp up on the top right of the screen that I'm going to put in, so you can skip ahead to that. That's after these entries. Now, Persona 1 doesn't really have much to spoil, and plus it came out a long time ago in '96, I believe. Persona 5, the story's really not that good. Persona 4, though, I really don't want you to spoil the experience if you want to play it. So, that's my last warning. And now, without further ado, let's get back to the Iceberg. Persona 1. So yeah, you might not realize it, but there were Persona games before Persona 3. Now I'm just kidding. Honestly, they're pretty hard to go back to. They have that old school JRPG kind of jank, if you know what I mean. So Persona 1 begins in a high school with high school kids, right? That's kind of the running motif in all the games. And there's actually 2 separate routes the story can take. So after a certain point in the story, you can branch off to 2 separate routes, kind of like in Fire Emblem 3 Houses, if you've played that. Anyway, The first route actually has its own bad ending, which is just kind of boring. You just sort of answer some questions wrong and things don't go well. But the second one is the one that's most infamous and was actually mentioned on the Iceberg as the Snow Queen route. Essentially, the kids investigate a high school rumor about a haunted mask, and it turns out to actually have supernatural powers and come true, freezing over the school. Now, in order to undo this, they have to find 8 shards of a mirror, and if they confront the final boss without finding these 8 shards, well, the world gets frozen over except for them, so they're like the last kids remaining on Earth. And yeah, it's just bad. The credits roll with sad music and all that, so it really is that kind of sad ending vibe we're looking for here. And now I'm going to give you a bonus entry for Persona 2 because I can't talk about 1, 3, 4, and 5 and not mention 2. So Persona 2 doesn't really have a bad ending like what we're looking for. Persona 2 has 2 different games. It's a continuation, right? It's broken into 2 parts. In Persona 2, the game ends kind of bad, like the villain basically wins. But it's all worked out in the end, kinda, in the second part of the second game. It's really complicated. It's not on the Iceberg, so I won't go into much more detail, but they are both worth checking out, if not just for a while, because again, they are hard to go back to. Anyway, let's move on. Persona 4 Golden. So the entry says Persona 4 Golden, but if you get confused, Persona 4 Golden is the enhanced version of Persona 4. It's the same game. I feel like Persona 4 is a better game though, because while Persona 4 Golden gives you more quality of life improvements, Persona 4, you kind of miss out on a lot of that charm from the original game. But I'm digressing, and I just did a 12-minute long take on this entry in the Iceberg, so I'm going to try to cut that down, so I apologize. In Persona 4, you play as Yu Narukami, who is investigating a series of murders in a small town, Inaba, with your friends in that high school. Yeah, they're high school students. That's a common motif in these games. Anyway, towards the end of the game, you track down who you believe is the murderer because he's actually kidnapped your cousin to presumably unalive her, and he escapes into the TV world. You see, this game has supernatural elements in it, and there's a mirror world inside a television that only you and your friends can go into. For whatever reason, it's explained later on in the true ending of the game. Anyway, you track him down, he turns into a horrible monster, you beat him, you take him back into the real world where he's arrested, and your little cousin, Nanako, is put in the hospital as a result of her injuries in the TV world. Well, unfortunately, she actually passes away due to these injuries, yes. And so we get into bad ending territory. We haven't even gotten into the bad ending yet. So, during the commotion of all of this, you're actually able to confront the man who kidnapped your cousin. His name is Namatame, and you and your friends are upset visibly. You know, the male members of your friend group are out for blood, and the female members are just sad and heartbroken, obviously, because they all love this little girl, Nanako. She's just adorable, right? So you actually need to get your emotions into control because your friends want to throw him into the TV world where he will expire without help, right? It's kind of a battle between the ones that do and the ones that don't want to actually take him out, and you need to get in control of your emotions and tell them not to, because if you do, it actually leads to the bad ending, because it turns out he is not the ultimate culprit, although he is guilty of kidnapping. But turns out that's actually it. The real culprit is still out there. So if you do this, Nanako's expired, the game continues on till the very end, and you're shown an ending where you leave on a train, leaving your friends behind in the fog, and the game ends. You kind of never know the true ending, right? Though you actually need to spare him so you can get more information out of him, where you're missing some details and like his testimony, right? So the next bad ending occurs when at the end of all of this, you and your friends are trying to track down who the real murderer is, and at this point in the story, most other people, there's no clues, there's no more threads, there's nothing to go off of. And so you and your friends get together and try to hash it out. And the game asks you, the player, who you think the actual murderer really is. And you're given a list of just about everybody you've met in the entire game so far, even goofy, unrelated side characters on who it could be, and you're supposed to name who you think it is. Now, if you're paying attention, there's some hints to it, but honestly, the first time I played it, I was a little bit like, no, it couldn't be, could it? And then come to find out, yes, it is who you might be thinking it is. However, to get this next bad ending, you actually have to get the answer wrong 3 times. And if you do that, your characters all just sort of give up. You get on the train, you ride into the fog, your little cousin's still expired, nothing is solved, that's it, game over, back to you, Ernie. So, if you name the correct criminal, but, and here's the difference in Persona 4 Golden, you can choose to actually not expose who it is because it's somebody that you're actually somewhat close to. The real murderer's name is Toru Adachi. Toru Adachi is your detective uncle's partner, and you actually get to know them a little better in Persona 4 Golden, and so you can choose to withhold this information from your friends. If you do, you're given a cutscene where you go and talk to this man saying, hey, is this real? Is this you? We have the evidence. I mean, tell me it's not. And he admits it. He's like, yeah, it's me. What you gonna do about it? And so at this point, you and him kind of come to an agreement where you're not going to turn him in, but you know, he likes this a lot, and he basically turns you into his partner in crime, his associate or whatever. And this is just unbelievable, and this doesn't make any sense, but that's my opinion. That's part of why I say Persona 4 Golden's kind of a goofy version. I like the original version better, but anyway, it shows him laughing, and basically you're an accomplice to his murders from now on. And, you know, yeah, that's the bad ending of this game. Anyway, that was the best I could summarize it. It's still kind of long, I apologize, but this is a great game, so even though I spoiled it, I know it ruins the experience, but I still recommend you play it if you haven't already. It's a lot of fun. Track down the original Persona 4 if you can on the PS2. I promise you, although you get a lot more extra stuff in Persona 4 Golden, I think that it's too much colors, new characters, all that. I think the original version stands the test of time. Anyway, I'm so sorry about this, y'all. I just love this series. To heck with what the fandom thinks. Anyway, let's move on. Thank you. Persona 5. So once again, I did like a 10-minute take on this, so I'm re-recording my take here to kind of be brief, and I was fanboying out a bit. My energy was all over the place. Anyway, Persona 5 and Persona 5 Royal are the same game, Persona 5 Royal being the updated, enhanced version, in case you get confused. Persona 5 has a number of bad endings. The first one occurs if you just run out of time. I didn't mention last in Persona 4, there's a time limit typically. Now, if you know what you're doing, you're never going to hit this. You can do things in basically a day or two in-game, and it gives you like a month. So, typically, you'll be fine. But if you run out of time, you'll be given a cutscene in which your character's actually arrested, and your uncle caretaker character is basically like, what the hell did you do? Come on, man, what are you doing? Next up, we have a situation in which your character is actually arrested. Yeah, there's a big theme in this game of breaking the law, criminality, what is the law, etc., etc. After your character's arrested, you have the option to give up your teammates. Now, why you would ever do this is beyond me. Even the game holds your hand and is like, well, come on now, don't do that. You know, so like, why give me the option if you're going to advise me not to do it? It's just kind of silly. If you do, your friends can't help you, and you are actually assassinated in the police station by a threat that you see. It's off screen, so you don't know who it is, but your character's just straight up, you know, it doesn't go well for him, put it that way. Next up, you have a bad ending in which at the very end of the game, you confront the main antagonist. There's a final boss, and he talks to your main character, or you the player, one-on-one, and he's like, okay, you got me, but if you want, I'll make you a deal. You can become basically the god of this world, and you can do whatever you want. You'll never be caught. You know, it's not that grandiose, but to summarize, it's basically what he's saying. Now, it lets you choose this if you want. Originally, when I first saw this, I chose it because I was like, well, that doesn't sound so bad. But then your companion that's with you is like, what the fuck? And then your character or the game tells you, are you sure you want to do this? And then you have the option of straight up telling this evil, like, devil, like, figure, like, nah, you know what? I changed my mind. Like, what? That's just goofy. And I wonder if, like, the writing is actually goofy or if the localization just screwed up big time on this game. Because I feel like the writing's just kind of dumb in a lot of places, but I digress. Now, Persona 5 Royal gives you some additional bad endings because there's an additional antagonist after the main antagonist, right? So after you defeat the final boss of Persona 5, and Persona 5 Royal starts an entirely new arc in which you're up against an antagonist known as Dr. Maruki. So spoilers, I already said spoilers, giving you 4 warnings, it's Dr. Maruki. Anyway, Maruki wants to make a heaven-like ideal world where there's no pain, no suffering, and you just wake up one day and you're in this heaven, right? And there's no problems, no strife. Only you realize that this isn't right. Something's wrong with the world. Everybody else doesn't get it. But you then have to confront him to find out what's going on. You and one other character actually know that something's not right, and his name is Akechi. So anyway, one by one, your friends come to realize that they're living in heaven, basically, because one character's father is alive that was deceased prior. So it's pretty obvious to be like, wait, huh? That's not normal. Anyway, you all decide one by one that it's better to live in a world with pain and strife because it's like your choices don't matter if you're living in heaven, right? And there's some religious themes in this. I don't need to get into that, but essentially you want to stop Dr. Maruki before he permanently makes heaven, right? Anyway, the option to just go along with what Maruki wants. You, the player, can confront them alone. And you can choose to say, you know what, nah, I want to live in this world. You're right. I want you to be in control. And yeah, he'll straight up just say, all right, sweet, I'm glad you came to realize that. And then the ending has a cutscene where you and your friends are all getting along, having a good time. Everything's all flowery and like, there's just like a warm hue to the picture and everybody's smiling. The only 2 characters that know they're living in heaven are, you know, and I keep saying heaven, I'm sorry, but that's just the easiest way I can equate it, are Akechi and your character. And the 2 of you are seen smiling, looking at the camera, while the other characters are just having a good time. And the final picture just has them kind of looking at you like, well, and it's up to you how to interpret it. Either they're like, yeah, we know what we did and we're okay with it, or they're looking at you thanking you, or they're looking at you like you doomed us forever. I don't know. But additionally, and I'm about to wrap up, there's a bad ending if you run out of time when you're supposed to confront Maruki to even give him your answer. And if you do that, Maruki actually confronts you and just straight up puts you to sleep forever, which is probably the darkest ending, I think, in the entire game. Which actually says a lot about his true intentions, but I don't need to get into that. Smarter people than me have gotten into it. Anyway, thank y'all so much for listening to this Persona arc. We'll get back to the regularly scheduled Iceberg, so thank you so much. Let's move on. Trigger warning for self-harm. Yume Nikki. So Yume Nikki is a exploration game. It's a very strange experience, and from what I understand, the ending is still up for interpretation. No one really knows what it means. Yume Nikki stars a young girl, and you're basically just exploring her dreams. You really don't get much story other than just what's in her dreams and what's in her room. The only time you ever see her in the real world. And there's a lot of weird things that happen. It's kind of like LSD Dream Emulator, if you've ever seen or heard of that. In this game, you just explore your dreams. Some good, some bad, some really bad. And that's basically it. Now, you have to collect these collectibles known as effects, or I believe they're called effects. Once you get them all, you actually get the ending. The ending is her waking up and walking outside to her balcony and reaching for a ladder, putting it next to the balcony, and then the game ends. So, yeah. Now, it's not said that she jumped or anything, but it's kind of implied, so no one really knows what it means. Some people have said there's a lot of phallic imagery in the game, but I just don't see it. I kind of think that says a lot about you, but then again, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't believe it's a positive experience, the ending, but it's certainly known as a bad ending for a reason, so I believe things don't go well, but as to why, we still don't know. Check it out, it's interesting. Anyway, let's move on. Mortal Kombat 11. So I would figure the bad ending in a Mortal Kombat game is just you having your spine ripped out. But what do I know? So I'm not too familiar with the Mortal Kombat lore. I'll just tell you what the Iceberg creators told me. In the aftermath of the DLC storyline, there's an ending involving Shang Tsung. Shang Tsung being one of the main antagonists of the series. He defeats a certain character and then he defeats Liu Kang. Afterwards, he steals his soul and then he gains the power to conquer the Nether Realm, or all the realms in the world, and he succeeds and takes over all the realms. The realms being like the worlds where they draw in people to fight. It's a bit complicated, but I don't know. I'm not too familiar with the lore. Sorry about this, guys, but from what I understand, it's just, it's the ending of Mortal Kombat 11, which you let a bad character win. So, don't do that. Anyway, let's move on. Tattletale. So, Tattletale is another one of those mascot horror games that rose from the huge success of Five Nights. Tattletale is, I guess, interesting. It's on this Iceberg for a reason. From what I understand, it's just another kind of horror game where you're trying to find collectibles. It stars, trigger warning, I guess, for bad things happening to young people. It stars a kid looking through his Christmas presents early, and because of this, he activates some kind of curse in which, like, he has to escape the Tattletales, which are like a Furby equivalent creature. Furbies being, back in the 90s, the toys that were really lifelike and uncanny. But back then it was mind-blowing. Now it's like, well, that's just creepy. Anyway, you escape these Furby-like creatures, Tattletales, and you're supposed to be collecting collectibles, although I don't think you have to do this. But in order to get the bad ending, you miss the collectibles. You don't get them all. And at the end of the game, you're jump-scared and basically, I guess, unalived by the head Tattletale known as Mama. It's creepy, it's spooky, bad ending. So let's move on. Kindergarten 1 and 2. So if you don't know, the Kindergarten 1 and 2 games are, well, in my opinion, kind of shock horror. It's in this cutesy art style, but it stars children and bad things happening to children, so trigger warning there. I'm not a big fan of these games that do this. I'm just going to be honest here, so forgive me if I have a lack of passion here. Essentially, in these games, bad things happen to just everybody. It's a very dark world, but again, it's told in this very cutesy way. And it's obviously, you have to suspend your disbelief for a lot of this. There's like monsters, aliens, mutants, and stuff like that, and just people murdering kids, so that's not cool. Essentially, in one of these bad endings, I believe it's in the second game, if you collect all of the collectibles, which are like trading cards, Pokemon card equivalent, there is an ending in which everyone in the game is forcibly expired due to a kind of a Thanos snap sort of deal, if you know what that is. But again, play the game, well, check the game out for yourself if you want. I don't really want to talk about stuff like this too much. Same with the last game, just kind of bad things happening to young people just for the sake of being shocking. Not a fan of, and I don't want to encourage that, so let's move on. Hotline Miami 2, wrong number. So the Hotline Miami games are great little indie adventures. They're top-down arcade-style shooters. They look really cool. They got a good fan base going on there. So while the content of this game is actually pretty dark, the ending of Hotline 2, it's just a regular ending, but it's just unusual. The contrived ending of this game kind of it kind of comes out of nowhere, unless I miss something, right? It ends in nuclear war with U.S. and Russia, launching nukes at each other, and the world ending after all this. And I want to let you know that the final mission is just your character on drugs. So there's a lot of I don't know how that sequence of events happens, but it's certainly a bad ending, or at least it's certainly an ending. So yeah, let's move on. The Binding of Isaac. So trigger warning here for self-harm and bad things happening to young people. Now I want to say something outright real quick. When I say trigger warnings, that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm offended. Don't get me wrong, far from it actually. I have a strong stomach, but I'm here to entertain, and I want all audiences to be able to understand that, be able to avoid subjects they may not be comfortable with. Now, while one of these entries may not be so bad, when they're over and over and over again, like what we've just talked about, these last like 5 or 6 entries, they get really dark. So I want to preface that, okay? This involves a bad thing happening to a young person. This is The Binding of Isaac. You play as a young boy who escapes in his imagination to escape his overzealous mother, who is a religious fanatic and who actually abuses him in many ways. At the end of this game, it's implied that she actually, takes him out. That the entire game took place in his imagination. It's just really dark, and I feel like it's just shocking to be shocking. I'm not a big fan of this genre. Also, it's really heavily like, oh, religion is bad. It really hits you over the head with it, and I just think that's been done to death. It's kind of boring, but supposedly the gameplay is pretty good. There's several bad endings, though, in which it's implied that the child died in being locked in a trunk, either on accident or on purpose. There's an ending in which it's implied that he unalived himself by a noose. So again, when you realize that this is a child, it's just disturbing, and I'm just not a big fan of it. So that's why I'm trying to keep it brief. So forgive me if it seems like I've sped run some of these, but not only for my mental health, but for yours as well. Check it out if you'd like, though, or if you don't mind that. Anyway, let's move on. Omori. So, trigger warning for self-harm. This entire game is full of psychological trauma and horrors, but I think this one does it in a more tactful way, other than something like friggin' kindergarten of all things. Anyway, in Omori, it's about a young man named Sunny confronting his alter ego in his dream world about the events involving one of his friends' death and his suppression of the truth of it. And there's a lot to it, and it sounds really interesting. I kind of want to play it. It sucks that I spoiled myself for it, but I digress. Anyway, you fight this alter ego in a dream world after you've been hospitalized. I mean, it's a bit complicated, but what you need to know is your character goes to a dream world and fights his alter ego, and as a kind of a result of this, if you lose this fight, you get a game over screen, but you're allowed to continue, try again. But if you choose not to try again, you actually wake up in a hospital room, and you then walk to the top of the hospital building, and the character actually takes his own life. And what surprised me the most about this is when I was doing the research, just how many people have memed this scene, which is just kind of like, I mean, come on, what are you doing? But people cope in different ways, so I don't know. I just thought this was kind of unusual, but the game sounds pretty cool. But yeah, if you lose to your alter ego and choose not to continue, you're basically just giving up and allowing your dark thoughts to take manifest in the real world, and then you end your own life. So tragic. Anyway, let's move on.
You blew it, schmuck.
Bad arcade endings. So, in this one, the Iceberg creator is referring to those arcade cabinet games that you would play, you put a quarter in and play, you know what I mean? And if you lost, it would give you a game over screen where there'd be a countdown and your character would be, suffering and peril. And I never remembered this, but some of these are absolutely brutal. Ninja Gaiden being just absolutely terrifying. A game called Wild Fang where it shows you getting eaten alive. Final Fight where you're about to get exploded by dynamite. But probably the worst one that I found was Sly Spy, in which if you lost all your lives in that game, an actual nuclear missile would go off. Yes, a nuke went off because you lost at an arcade game. I mean, let's be real here. It was just the programmer's way of getting you to spend more money and made you feel bad about it. So, yeah, basically that's all that's happening here. Anyway, it's a bad ending. Let's move on. Streets of Rage. So this one might be one of my favorites on this Iceberg, as well as Lego Island and another one we haven't talked about yet. Streets of Rage was an arcade-style beat-em-up game. There we go with arcade again. And the plot was, well, kind of simple. You played as 3 police officers, one of 3 of them, trying to fight crime, like taking it to the street justice, beating up the crime boss who's basically taken over the government of this city. Anyway, that's not relevant. This game could be played co-op or it could be played one player. If you played it co-op, obviously the game gets a bit more challenging yet easier at the same time, So if you play single player and you make it to the final boss will ask you if you want to just join him now that you've made it to him. Now you can say yes, but it's a red herring. He just tricks you and sends you back a few levels. If you play co-op, however, and 2 players make it to the final boss, he'll ask both of you if you want to just join him. Now, if one of you says yes and the other says no, you're then pitted against each other in a versus round. Yeah, how about that? And the winner then is going to be, joins him in this crime syndicate. However, that's not enough. You decide, hey, you know what? I'm in charge now. So you fight the final boss after having beaten your friend to death. God knows how much suffering it took to get here. Then you fight the final boss, and if you win, you're treated to the bad ending, which shows your character taking over the crime in that city. I mean, that's just, I love it. I love it. I live for these bad endings. You get a cutscene and everything. Anyway, let's move on. Spider-Man: Web of Shadows. So this was released in 2008. It actually looks pretty cool. I never heard of it, but then again, like Batman, there's so many of these superhero games that come out, it's hard to keep track. Anyway, Spider-Man: Web of Shadows involved the symbiotes. If you don't know the lore behind Spider-Man, that's fine. All you need to know is there's an evil being known as Venom who's controlled by the symbiotes, who's actually a human. And the symbiotes take over Spider-Man at one point. They get his DNA, his suit, and they basically turn Spider-Man into a stronger version of Spider-Man, but the power is corrupting, so he has to use it sparingly or just, not at all. It's like the negative version of Spider-Man, right? Anyway, in this game, you have the option to actually use the black suit, which is full of symbiotes, to become stronger, but using it too much will corrupt you. And there's 4 endings in this game, the way that it can play out, where you don't use the symbiotes, you beat them off, you win the game basically. But if you choose to use the symbiotes, the black suit, too often, you're actually corrupted, and it shows you the very worst ending, teaming up with the symbiote controlled woman Black Cat and the symbiotes, who are just beings that are autonomous at this point, join you and actually worship you. And Spider-Man stands on the rooftop admiring his newfound power and realizing that he was a fool for not using it before, now being absolutely corrupted by the power. And at the end of it also, you see a venomized symbiote controlled Wolverine, which, I mean, that doesn't go anywhere, but then that's the end of the game. But I mean, this is just dark to think what Spider-Man could be capable of if he gave in to his desires. Let's watch.
Well, darling, I promised you this city, and it's yours. What do you desire? We await your commands, sir.
I always believe that with great power came great responsibility.
And now?
I never knew what power was.
Yeah, friendly neighborhood Spider-Man my ass. Anyway, let's move on. Fire Emblem Engage. So this is the newest entry in the Fire Emblem series, a series I love, but I passed on this title for reasons I don't need to get into at this point. Fire Emblem Engage, if you don't know Fire Emblem, it's complicated, but it's a strategy game, fighting, swords, magic, you know, etc, etc. Anyway, Fire Emblem Engage has a special bad ending where if you lose to the final boss, you're treated to just this horrific cutscene. I mean, it's not gory or anything like that, but it shows your character basically after they're dead and they're facing the final boss as he's telling them, well, your soul is mine now and I'm going to command you. And if you look at the face of the protagonist, look at her. She's horrified. I mean, it's dark. When I watched it, it was pretty dark. Anyway, just don't fall to the final boss. Live alive. Or live alive, or live alive. If someone knows, can you tell me in the comments? I know this is a beloved game, so I want to do it justice, but this is a really complicated one. Just trying to understand the story. So you play as different heroes in different time periods, all bound together by the same fate. At the end of the game, you're all drawn together to the Dominion of Hate, which is like the final level, and you face off against a character known as Oristed, who is a corrupted knight. When you beat him, that's not the correct ending. You weren't supposed to kill him, from what I understand. If you do, he just sort of falls over, and all your characters are now trapped in this time period now, where there's basically nothing in it, and it's just hell on earth. And that's it. It's a bad ending, but it gets even worse because you can actually play as Oristed in this level, and he has his boss rush type level. And if he were to lose in one of these fights, a boss rush being you fight different bosses all at once, and if you were to get close to losing in this fight, you can trigger Armageddon, which is just a option that just pops up in your screen there, Armageddon. And if you select it, it's Armageddon. The world just goes to hell and ends everything, and the end of life happens. So that's not fun at all that you can just do that. But this is a complicated one, but also well beloved. So I want to do it justice. I haven't played it. I'm gonna take a step back now and say look it up for yourselves. But it's very interesting. Let's move on. Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion. This is an interesting one, and it's another one of those games that your favorite YouTuber has played, so if you want to know more about it, go and check out their playlist on it. I'm sure they have one. It's a game about going through a haunted mansion, and you're getting jump scared, and I'm not going to subject you to that. I'm not a fan of that, but it's like weirdly juxtaposed with cutesy imagery, and then there's horrifying imagery. There's bosses that chase you down and do horrible things to you. The bad ending in this game occurs, I mean, really, they're all not good endings, but this one says bad ending on it. So you're running through this mansion, you fight off bosses, and by fight them off, I mean you run away. At some point, you are given a weapon to defend yourself, an axe. It really doesn't do much. It's only used in the final fight, but you can swing this axe at any time, and you can use it to swing at some of these jump scares, which really doesn't do anything. But if you do this too many times, at the end of the game, when you fight the final, enemy, your character starts going berserk. I mean, just going ham on him with this axe, just smash, smash, smash. Yeah. And when this happens, Spooky, the ghost that's in charge of this, comes out and says, "Hey, at this point, you're like more scary than anything I have here, so welcome to the team." And then it just shows you with an axe looking horrifying, saying bad ending, as if to say you are now like demonic or whatever, and you're a part of this mansion now because your rage and anger and just ferocity has made you this way, which is Interesting. Nice touch. Anyway, let's move on. True Crime, Streets of LA. Okay, I really like this game. I suggested it, so I'm a bit biased. This came out in the early 2000s. It's a game where you play as a street cop. His name is Nick Kang, but it's a GTA style like clone game. So as you're stopping crime in the streets and arresting people, you can just run them over too and just shoot people indiscriminately, which is interesting thing for a cop to do. Anyway, in this game, there's multiple endings you can go down, but if you're like running over people or shooting people indiscriminately, you'll actually get bad karma. See, there's a karma system in this game, and if your karma's too low, you're locked from the true ending and you go down a different path. And like I said, there's 2 different alternate paths you can go down, and that means there's 3 endings, but each ending has a bad ending alternative if you fail at the final mission. In this game, you face off against the Chinese triad, the Russian mafia, and the North Korean army, which is just a thing. I mean, more games need to have North Korea as an antagonist. I mean, I don't know why people don't do that. Anyway, you face off against the North Korean general and set everything right and get the good ending. And of all people, Christopher Walken stars in this game as a side character, and he'll even sing a song for you.
Good going, Nick. You really need a theme song. I got one. Who is the man who's half Chinese and half white man? Kang.
So that's hilarious. In case you didn't know, Christopher Walken is in this game, and he'll sing a song for you if you get the best ending. But what about the bad endings? Well, to get the bad endings, all you have to do is fail at one of the 3 final missions that the story can take based on your karma. These don't end well. I'll play one for you now. But the worst part of it, not only have you failed and everything's gone to hell, looks like everybody's shot up and your character's not doing good, worst of all is Christopher Walken telling you that you blew it. Let's watch.
Man, what happened? Well, as I said before, I haven't seen too many happy endings in this town. Sometimes it seems like no matter where you turn, you end up stepping into dog shit. And I don't mean any dog shit. I'm talking about a friggin' Great Dane dump, the likes of which you've never seen. So, here I am, saluting yet another fallen soldier of justice. It's not the first time I've done this, and I'm sure it won't be the last. In the end, I can only hope that eventually this story will be rewritten by the deeds of a more capable cop. Until then, I have only this to say. You blew it, schmuck.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll never forget that line. When I think of bad endings, that's probably the first game I think of, True Crime. You blew it, schmuck. Well, don't blow it. Anyway, let's move on. Dead Rising 3. This one is kind of cheating. I added this to the Iceberg, and this one is cut content. Dead Rising is a great series. At least the first 2 games are great, and then it falls off pretty hard. Dead Rising 1 probably being one of my favorite games, just flat out of all time. It's a great, unique game. It's broken as hell, but I love the player freedom. You have like 3 days in game to save the day, and you can just not save the day. You can run around dressing up, you can beat up zombies with whatever you can get your hands on, or you can just murder indiscriminately survivors, which is just, I don't know why you would do that, but you can. Although with the AI being the way it is, you get pretty frustrated with them. But we're not here to talk about Dead Rising 1 or 2 for that matter. They both have bad endings, but they're kind of like you get what you get. You know, it's like, hey, you didn't do what you're supposed to do, so, you know, you perished. I mean, that's simple. But Dead Rising 3 is unique with this cut content. Remember how I said earlier you could just murder indiscriminately? In Dead Rising 3's cut content bad ending, it's implied that if you would have hurt too many survivors, the game would have ended in a bad way. It would have had the survivors getting revenge on you. You play as Nick Ramos, who is a mechanic sort of guy. I mean, I don't want to do any spoilers, although even though it's kind of goofy, so I won't say much about the game. But anyway, check out this bad ending.
Thanks for saving me, but I hear you've been a real shithead around town. I hear you've been hurting people, Nick. Innocent people.
Whoa. Hey, wait a second. All right, listen, I'm special. And I'm sorry, you guys, now, I just didn't have time to...
Oh, so you're Mr. Special, aren't you? Is that it?
Seriously, though, I really am special.
What, you don't think that we're special?
I was just having a little fun now. Come on, guys.
Yeah, look at me, Mr. Number 12. I can kill whoever I want. I'm a murderer.
Hey, hang on. I really need to escape, all right?
Oh, you're gonna escape all right. Straight to that big safe house in the sky.
So that was certainly frightening. Again, we don't know exactly what would have triggered that ending. It is cut content, but I mean, come on, it's pretty cut and dry as to what would have triggered it. Anyway, while that's a bad ending, I think that the worst ending in Dead Rising is just the fate of the franchise going forward, especially Dead Rising 4. But anyway, let's move on. One Chance. So as far as I know, this is the only Flash game on this Iceberg, so that's interesting. One Chance came out in the early aughts. I talked about it in my Sad Internet Stories Iceberg, which you can check out on my channel. Basically, it's a game in which you only have one chance to get it right. Surprise, surprise, kind of like One Shot. But in this game, the game actually remembers your IP address. It remembers your computer, meaning that if you tried to go back to the game to correct something you did, if you screwed up, well, guess what? Too bad. You were stuck on that game over screen basically forever. Now, in modern times, it'd be pretty easy to get around this. I imagine if you use a VPN or something, you could just get around it or go into your computer systems. I don't know. Anyway, the point is, in this game, the world was being overcome by this virus that was just absolutely destroying humanity. I mean, within a week, everybody's extinct, right? And you play as a scientist who helped create this, now trying to stop this, especially given that your family is infected too, your wife and daughter. Bad things happen, really tragic things happen, and yeah, again, the stakes are high because your own daughter is infected. At the end of this game, if you fail to stop the virus, your daughter, your wife, everyone you know and love is deceased, including yourself. And as far as I remember, the good ending isn't really that good either, but I'll let you figure that out for yourself. Anyway, let's move on. Spider-Man versus Kingpin. So what's with all the Spider-Man games on this one? I guess bad endings just love to follow Spider-Man around, tragically. Anyway, in this game, which I believe came out on one of the Sega consoles, it's actually pretty infamous. You may have seen this before. In Spider-Man vs. Kingpin, you're going up against Kingpin as Spider-Man. Surprise, surprise. But at the end of the game, when you confront Kingpin, he actually has Mary Jane hanging from a hook above some acid. Yes, this is a kid's game. Now you might say, oh, well, that's just a threat or that's just something in the background. No, but literally, when you face Kingpin in the final boss fight, if you take too long to beat him, Mary Jane will literally be dropped in the acid during your fight. And after you beat him, it just shows the hook in the boiling acid and no Mary Jane. So she's been dissolved right in front of your eyes. E for everyone, right? It's just absolutely terrible. But it gets even worse. If you lose in this fight against Kingpin, he actually picks you up and puts you on the hook with Mary Jane and lowers you both. And you watch Spider-Man and Mary Jane dissolve right in front of your eyes as Kingpin laughs on. So it's absolutely crazy to me that this was allowed. But what are you going to do? Anyway, Spider-Man versus Kingpin, just something else. Moving on. Rhythm Heaven. So I totally didn't just realize that I accidentally skipped this one. Oops. But to make up for it, why don't we have our guest back on? Please welcome back, Stacky.
Oh boy, if this doesn't show what games I'm just putting in here because of personal nostalgia, then I don't know what is. Because now we have the rating cards in Rhythm Heaven. I think it's obvious why I added a bonus entry category at this point. But my existential crisis aside, the Rhythm Heaven rating cards. Yeah, they basically show the bad scenarios of what happens when you miserably fail a minigame at the end with some text. Honestly, I'm not going to deep dive into this one because I think it's just pretty self-explanatory why I put this in. Honestly, this is more just like a side breather before the real bad endings kick in later down this iceberg, so buckle up, I guess.
Oh, my friend, after what I've talked about so far, I'd say we're thoroughly buckled in, alright. Thank you so much for that entry, by the way, and don't worry about it. As a wise philosopher once said, it's your party, you can do what you want. Anyway, let's move on. Inscription. So, I gotta be honest with you guys, I don't think the story is the reason why people love this game. Now, looking at the Wikipedia page, it says it's a roguelike, deck builder, real-time strategy, what the... So I've seen this played a lot on YouTube. It looks like some kind of creepy card game. It looks really interesting. I'd check it out if I were you. I'm interested in checking it out. Looking up the bad ending on this one, it looks like it's just one ending. So it's presented as found footage of some guy playing this video game. And at the end of the game, he exits out. He sees a game folder with some information on it that he immediately closes out, which is always sus. And then he calls a journalist or the cops or something, tries to say, yo, this company's doing something. And then, you know, they don't believe him because why would they? And then some representative from the game company that made Inscription comes to his house and takes him out. I mean, it's kind of corny, I'm gonna be honest with you, but check out the game. Game looks pretty cool. Anyway, let's move on. Harvest Moon DS. So I almost refuse to believe this is real, but I see some screenshots, some videos of it. I found this on a Harvest Moon Iceberg. Shout out to Garnet and Eggs. They did a really good job on this video, so you should check it out. If you're a fan of Harvest Moon, you'll realize soon after watching this that there's a lot of creepy things going on with Harvest Moon, right? There's a haunted mirror, a TV that shouts 44444 at you if you look at it at 444. There's a teddy bear that's living and breathing, and just the remake. I mean, there's nothing good about that. Anyway, Harvest Moon DS. So there's actually 2 game overs you can get in this. Bad endings. I don't believe actually you have to start your entire farm over, but in the first one, you can actually attack and kill Mayor Thomas. Though, it blew my mind. Mayor Thomas supposedly insults your farm, and you can swing your tool at him, but hey, he's ready for it. He dodges it, and he laughs at you for trying. And you can keep doing this until actually your dog gets in on the action, and your dog presumably holds him down or bites him or what. You have the option to stop him or let it happen. And if you let it happen, it goes to the credits. The game ends. So literally, your character and your dog murder somebody in Harvest Moon of all games. Maybe this is that haunted farming game that guy was talking about. I mean, again, this is unbelievable. But it gets worse. What if you don't just dislike Mayor Thomas, but you dislike the entire town? Well, supposedly, if you get a poisonous mushroom and you get it up to level 100, I don't know what that means. I guess it's like your foraging skill. You get a highest quality poisonous mushroom. If you go to the potluck event in the game and you add that poisonous mushroom to the pot, guess what? Your character eats the soup afterward and falls over dead, and the game ends. So presumably, at least yourself, you died. But then again, what if the entire town ate the soup? You literally murdered the entire town in Harvest Moon of all games. unbelievable. Check out the Iceberg by Garnet and Eggs. I mean, it's just crazy. They did a great job on the video, but this is nuts, and I could not believe it when I saw it. Anyway, moving on. Faith 3. So the Faith trilogy is a unique set of indie horror games that involve possession, demonic that is, and exorcisms and demons taking over the world. So what's unique about this game is that it's actually pretty respectful to the practice and the religion of Christianity, believe it or not, so that's something. When I talked to the Iceberg creator, he said he really just wanted an excuse to put the Mortis sound effect in, so here you go, Stacky.
Mortis.
Anyway, in Faith 3, there is a scene in which you're actually dragged to hell by demons. I mean, it's pretty graphic insofar as pixel graphics go, but I want to say bonus entry on this one because there are way worse entries in the Faith series, especially in Faith 1, where, yeah, for whatever reason, you can get killed by a bunch of deer. They're not even like demon possessed. At some point in the game, you get a hold of a rifle to fight back, and you can actually use it instead to shoot a deer and just take it home. You're like, screw it. I don't want to deal with all this. I'm going to go home and eat. And after that, the deer get their revenge on you. So I think that's a way more unique bad entry here. But anyway, the Faith series, check it out for yourself, but viewer discretion advised. It is pretty graphic, again, for a pixel game. Scary and all that stuff. Anyway, let's move on. Cave Story. So this one is really interesting, and the history of it's really interesting. It was made in the early aughts by a Japanese developer known as Pixel Amaya. So in this game, you play as a robot sort of being that has amnesia. You wake up in a cave that's actually on a floating island. The world building in this game is really unique. Now look, I haven't played it before, so I don't know exactly what's going on, but the story that I've heard is that there's supposedly a villain known as the Doctor, and he's planning on, conquering the world, etc., etc. Check it out for yourself. The bad ending in this game actually comes from your ability to choose to just flat out leave. So you meet another character known as Kazuma, and he gives you an option. He's like, hey, do you want to just, get out of here? We'll just escape and run away. And you could say, yeah. And then Kazuma's just like, yeah, you know what? There's no shame in running away. Let's run. And so you and him get on a flying dragon, which, yeah, that's a thing, and fly off. And the game just tells you, hey, you know what? The world was conquered, and you and Kazuma just sort of hid for the rest of your lives. So it really tries to make you feel bad about it, but I don't know, cowards live longer. Anyway, it's a pretty unique game. Check it out. Let's move on. Off, OFF, as it's written, is a pretty unique game. It came out in 2008. It's one of those take turns fighting kind of games where you play as just a regular looking dude with a baseball bat, and your objective is to beat the shit out of monsters with a baseball bat, which sounds pretty cool, but there's a twist here. In this game, you're playing as the Batter, and when you fight these monsters, you're actually purifying the world by genociding them one by one. Kind of sounds like Undertale, right? Anyway, as you're doing this and you're moving on towards the game, you meet a character known as the Judge, which is a cat monster, and he basically is being just needlessly obtuse, in my opinion. At the end of this game, after you've killed off almost all the monsters and you're ready to basically defeat the entire world, the Judge, the cat monster, confronts you and berates you. Not the Batter, but the player, you playing the game. And it's here you have a decision to make. You can team up with the Judge and defeat the Batter, or you can still play as the Batter and defeat the Judge and end the world. So the true ending is whenever you're playing as yourself and you fight the batter and you realize the batter is a horrifying monster himself. But the bad ending occurs when you play as the batter, you defeat the judge, and then you end the world. You turn off a switch, get it on to off, and the world ends just like that. So there's a big narrative going on here. I don't want to spoil it, and I really don't understand it that well. It's getting a remaster in 2025, this year, and Toby Fox is going to be a part of it. Toby Fox being the creator of Undertale, so I definitely recommend you check that out. I want to check it out. But anyway, let's move on. Just Dance 2024. Okay, whoa, holy crap. Now, we know what you're thinking, the Iceberg creator and I. You're thinking, what? What are you talking about? Well, believe it or not, this is a beloved game, a beloved franchise. So in Just Dance 2024, there's actually a story and a bad ending. You play as a human character that got sucked into the TV world, like isekai'd into it, where you must face off against a night swan, and I guess you do a series of dances to progress the story. At the end of the game, your character's corrupted by the night swan, and your allies try to save you by dancing. But this doesn't work because your allies try to save you by dancing, and there's kind of a cliffhanger ending at the end of it where your character's captured by night swan. I mean, this is just, I have no idea what to make of this, but yeah, there's a story in this dancing game. So let's move on. Me side. So Stacky, I want to say this. I'm sorry, but no, I'm not doing this one. The reason being is because it just came out a few months ago. It's an indie game, and I want to play it myself. I want to support the creator. This one is probably one of the newest games on this list, so I'm going to pass. But I'm going to say that the plot of the game involves you getting sucked into a gacha game, and that sounds really interesting. I don't want to pass it up, and neither should you. So anyway, don't forget to like and subscribe. Don't hate me. Mad Father. So again, this game, if you want to know more about it, your favorite YouTubers played it. Let's move on. Okay, I'm just kidding. Anyway, this game starts a mini arc in this iceberg of bad things happening to young girls, so viewer discretion advised. In this game, you play as a young girl who's trying to escape her mad father. Yeah, so your father in this game is kind of an asshole. He's one of those doctors that perform experiments. He's crazy, right? And he may have potentially murdered your mother. So anyway, in this game, your things go to hell. A lot of science experiments and dark monsters come just out of the woodwork, and you're trying to escape. There's a side character. Her name is Maria, who is your father's side piece after your mother passed. Anyway, you can choose to help her in the game, or you can choose to ignore her. To trigger the bad ending, if you ignore her in the final scene when you're trying to run away from your father, you're actually tripped up by a sentient doll who's just like a crab in a bucket, I guess. And with Maria not around to help you, your father catches you, and, well, it doesn't end well. He turns you into a doll yourself, and people don't even know whether or not she's actually alive in there. But he keeps you on a shelf, and that's it. The game's over. You're brutally mutilated by your own mad father. So anyway, this is a dark one, but check it out. But viewer discretion advised. Ebe. So Ebe is an interesting RPG horror maker game made in 2010. RPG horror maker game, I've said that maybe a few times in the Iceberg. If you don't know, it's a game engine that people can make games on. It's kind of unique, and it's got a unique style, so when you hear people talking about it, now you'll know. Anyway, Ebe is a young girl who ends up trapped in an art gallery. So she goes to an art gallery with her parents, and somehow or another gets trapped in like this evil version of it, where there's monsters, enemies, and she can get attacked and actually killed by these monsters. Now in the game, she meets two other characters, Gary and Mary. which is just funny, but I don't know if that was intentional or not. Gary being kind of an older teenager character, and Mary being a young girl around her age. Anyway, there's a lot of bad endings this game can take. Possibly the worst bad ending is the one in which Gary goes insane and Ebe can no longer continue. Mary then tries to escape this art world, but realizes that she actually can't no matter what she does. And all three characters are alone, isolated, depressed, and or insane, and are trapped forever in this world. There's a lot more to this game. I mean, I'm really not selling it properly. It's pretty unique. It's pretty interesting. I advise you check it out. There's a twist ending. So anyway, check it out for yourself. I'm not going to spoil much more, but yeah, it's pretty dark. Let's move on. The Witch's House. So, wow, this one. Okay, I can't help but spoil this. There's no way around it, so forgive me, but you should still play the game for yourself. It's pretty cool, pretty interesting, but viewer discretion advised, as bad things happen to a little girl. Anyway, in the witch's house, you play as a young girl who's trying to escape the witch's house. She wakes up one day and she's trapped behind some vines. Basically, she's in a forest and she can't get out no matter what she does, and her only way forward is to enter the witch's house. She's aided by a black cat who's actually the save feature. And in this witch's house, a lot of bad things can happen, and she can meet her end a lot of different ways. There's two endings in this game. There's the normal ending and the true ending. So actually, the true ending is the bad ending. And again, I can't help but spoil it. You have to obtain the knife in the game to get the true ending. So in the regular ending, you escape, and that's it. That's all she wrote. But in the true ending, you get the knife. You actually escape the witch's house, but the witch follows you outside. However, it's then revealed that your character is actually the witch. Yes, she was the witch the whole time. And the witch that's following you, trying to kill you, you see, is a young girl who had traded bodies with you at the beginning of the game, but you didn't see that. And as the witch was trying to escape in the young girl's body, she was actually trapped by her own magic, and so she had to go into the witch's house to retrieve an item to burn off the vines so she could escape the forest. So basically, you have this witch who's a young girl just trying to escape, like, give me back my body. And the witch just laughs at her and says, look, I escaped the house. I always had the potential. It was my house, right? I knew what I was doing, which is the player avoiding all these traps, which is just very interesting. Then at the end of the game, the main character, the little girl's father, comes to save the little girl from the witch and actually takes her out, not knowing that the witch is actually her daughter, and her daughter's in the body of the young girl. So, I mean, that's just tragic in every sense of the word, but that's the actual official canon ending. Very interesting. Anyway, I'm sorry I spoiled that one, but let's move on. Cult of the Lamb. So this one is one of those kind of edgy edge boy ones. Sorry to start it off on a negative note, but I'm just not a fan of these, really. It stars cutesy characters juxtaposed with horrific and terrifying situations. In this game, you play as a little lamb who's trying to start a cult in the middle of the woods with other cute little animals. And at the end of this game, your goal is basically to sacrifice them to a demon, or the devil himself, I suppose, in order to resurrect him, right? So at the end of this game, you're actually given a choice if you want to sacrifice your cult followers, and that will actually summon the great demon, or you can fight back against the great demon and take power for yourself. Now, the canon ending is to fight back, but you can choose to just lay down and let yourself become sacrificed, and you're given this pretty horrible scene of the cute little lamb you've played as the entire game having their rims lipped off and broken and then die. So, and then that's it. That's the end of the game. Definitely a bad ending, but I don't know, it's just a bit too, like, cringy, edgy for me. So anyway, if you enjoy it, hey, check it out. It might be a great game. I don't know. Anyway, let's move on. Ao Oni. So this one is actually interesting because it just blows me away how popular it got for a while, and it still gets talked about. I believe there's even an anime series based off the game, if I'm not mistaken, but it's one of those, your favorite YouTuber played it, you may not have, etc., etc. So in this game, it's pretty straightforward. You and your friends wander into a haunted house, and you need to escape a purple monster. I always thought it looked kind of goofy, but I mean, I don't know, I guess it could freak some people out with the uncanniness. Anyway, the goal of the game is to rescue your friends and to escape together. But you could also just flat out leave yourself, run away and leave your friends there to die, and that's it. That's the bad ending. Now, of course, in these games, the bad ending is always just you die, but it's always something to be said about, hey, you just got out of there yourself. Screw your friends. I'm out of here, right? Leaving them to say something like this.
Wow. What an asshole.
Anyway, go check it out for yourself. Let's move on. Happy Game. So before I go any further, I do want to remind you to hit the like button if you're liking the video, and if you don't like it, hey, give me a dislike, but let me know why first with a comment. That way I can get better in the future. Anyway, Happy Game. So this one is just a regular ending of the game. There's nothing special you have to do to get the bad ending. Because it's not really a bad ending. It's just the ending. But a lot of people have said that this is pretty dark and grim. Now, I've never played this game. I never even heard of it before, but essentially you play as a kid having nightmares, and at the end of the game, I can't even describe. It's like the whole game is like a fever dream, and a lot of people speculate on what the ending even means, so I have no idea what to even make of it. Supposedly, it's like an adult on drugs, maybe, is what I've read from the Iceberg creator said, but I really just don't have a lot to say about this one, so I know I said leave it a dislike, but give me a little bit more time before you do that. Anyway, check it out for yourself. It's a fever dream, I'll tell you that much. But anyway, let's move on. Papers, please. So this is a great game. You should check it out if you haven't already. You play as a border guard, border security officer, something like that, playing in a fictional world known as Tortska, fictional country, I should say. And a lot of people want to get in. Now, the whole world seems to be in some form of dystopia. This is a dystopian fiction horror game, after all. But it's got a lot of comedy in it. I mean, it's it can be political, but it's pretty funny. And it's pretty good. But there's a lot of bad endings in this game. As a matter of fact, most of them are bad endings. They can range from you being arrested, your family being arrested, your whole family dying, and stuff like that if you make the wrong choices in the game. There really isn't a lot of good endings in this game, but you should check it out for yourself. I don't want to spoil much of it because it's a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun when I played it, and yeah, it's got some biting social commentary in it if you know where to look. If you're okay with that, check it out for yourself. Anyway, let's move on. Het. So this is in reference to an ending you can get in a Russian knockoff game of Felix the Cat. Now, the Iceberg creator himself told me that I didn't need to talk about this one if I didn't want to. And while I'm going to talk about it, I'm absolutely not going to show you the visuals to it because it's triggering for sure. I mean, it's upsetting to me to look at. It's all cartoon done though, so it's not really that big a deal. So trigger warning for that if you go look it up at your own discretion. But essentially, it's a game over screen you get in this Felix the Cat game. So, Het. Yeah, pretty dark. But anyway, let's move on. Injustice 2. So I've never played any of these games, but I've heard of them, and in doing the research, they actually sound pretty badass. I'm surprised they're not more popular. Think Marvel's Civil War, but with DC characters. So the basic plot of the game is Superman turns evil, or at the very least, he wants to protect the world by taking it over. Now, some heroes actually stand with him, others stand against him, such as Batman, The Flash, and Supergirl. Well, at the end of this game, Batman and Superman face off, and if Batman loses, then Superman actually has no one left in his way, except for Supergirl, who he actually captures and imprisons. Now, he tries to get Supergirl to come over to his side, and she's basically says, I'll never do that, you're crazy. And then Superman shows her Batman, but mind controlled. You see, Batman is now hypnotized, and I imagine it's because there's no way to turn Batman evil without doing so. And you just see a video of Supergirl looking horrified whenever she realizes this. So it's pretty dark. Superman got his way, so I don't know. It's just, this is a crazy concept, and it sounds really cool. It's a fighting game. I'd like to check it out for myself one day. You should too, but let's go ahead and move on. Buckshot Roulette. So this one's a curious one. It's one of those kind of fad horror games, but it sounds pretty interesting. There's a deep story hidden in there. You know how it goes by now. So this is essentially Russian roulette, as in, you know, revolvers, you know what I mean, but with shotguns, right? And there's a bit more to it than that, with some torture devices and some horrible imagery. But the bad ending in this game is essentially your character going to purgatory and or hell. So that's an interesting thing to have in a game. I mean, think about it this way. I know it doesn't sound that bad, but you ever had a game where you died and it showed your character going to hell? Like, I don't know, that does happen, but it's just kind of unsettling, right? Then again, it's kind of your own fault for gambling and, you know, playing around with firearms in the first place, but what do I know? Anyway, let's move on. The Odd World series. So, oh my god, this series. I have heard of it, but I've never played it, and I never knew about the infamous bad endings until I did the research, and my god, they are dark, let me tell you. So they're done in a cartoony way, but just the audio, the voice acting, and the images are terrifying, right? I don't want to show you any video of this because it's unsettling to me to even think about. I kind of want to just get through it, but essentially you play as Abe in this game, who is a goofy looking alien, not very bright, not really very talented, but you are tasked with saving the day when your other aliens are captured. So in these games, you essentially get the bad ending when you don't save enough of your fellow aliens. They're more like side quests, right? So it's one of those things where you can beat the game without doing it, but be warned, if you don't save enough of your fellow aliens, you will be given the bad ending, which involves Abe being tortured, Abe being, you know, boiled alive. But by far the worst one is the one in which Abe and his companion are captured, beheaded, and then one of them is actually put on a surgery table and operated on while still conscious. And it's just, it's unbelievable. It's like, I can't believe they would show this. Like, again, it triggers me to even think about it. And it's done in this cartoony way too, so look it up for yourself. I don't even want to play any video for this. I'm sorry, I know I've cheated y'all on videos on this one, but yeah, look it up for yourself, play it for yourself if you want. I have no idea if it's a good game or not, but I know it's infamous for its bad endings, and there's plenty of games like that on this list already. So yeah, we're just gonna move on. Pleasant thoughts. Danganronpa. So Danganronpa is a mystery game, so if I spoil anything, it really takes out a lot of the fun of it. But just keep that in mind, because there's really no way to avoid spoilers altogether. Also, I love this series, so I'm kind of biased, so forgive me if I go into too much detail. But also, it's like a 60-hour game, so I'm going to try to condense it as much as I can, but this might still be a long one, so hang in there. What you need to know is this. You play as Makoto Naegi. Makoto is a young high school student who has been transferred to this new school called Hope's Peak Academy. Hope's Peak Academy is a school for gifted and talented youths in Japan. And by talented, I mean they all basically have a certain skill that they're really good at, and this school allows them to hone that skill. But a lot of that doesn't even really matter. As soon as Makoto gets to the school, he blacks out and he wakes up in a classroom only to find himself in a deserted school, except for with 14 other students who are all just confused and have some form of amnesia. And you find that not only can you not get out of this school, but you're actually locked in. The windows are barred, there's machine guns at the front door, and there's no way to call for help. However, as they're all introducing themselves to each other, another character introduces themselves known as Monokuma, who is an animatronic bear. Yeah, if you've seen this bear before, it's what it's from. Not to be confused with Freddy Fazbear from Five Nights at Freddy's. Actually, that'd be a pretty badass death battle. Hold up. But anyway, this bear tells them that if they want to escape to school, the only way to do so is to kill another one of their students without getting caught. Meaning that after a student is found dead, everyone will get together to discuss it, and then they have to vote on who is the killer, who they think the killer is. And if they get it wrong, the killer gets to escape while the others are executed. So the stakes are kind of high to get out of there as soon as they can. Now, most of the students do decide, hey, we're not going to kill anybody, we're just going to try to find a way out, but Monokuma has almost complete control. Now, towards the end of the game, when there's only 6 characters remaining, unfortunately, the surviving characters decide, hey, no one else is going to die, we're all going to work together, and we're going to find a way out of this, so we're not going to play into Monokuma's plans. Around this time, however, a 16th student is not only revealed, but is also killed off almost immediately, and Monokuma says they have to have a class trial because, well, there's a dead student. This is suspicious to everybody, including your character Makoto and Kyoko Kirigiri, the only other, let's say, competent student at this point. Kyoko Kirigiri is hinted at to be the most intelligent character, just flat out in the series, but she doesn't know what her talent is. Seemingly, her amnesia is worse than the others. So, during this investigation, you and Kyoko actually have a moment. They've been kind of shipping these two characters towards in this game. There's been some romantic tension, at least from one side, maybe not really from Kyoko, but the game has kind of been setting them up to be an item, right? At least she trusts you a lot. And as a result of this trust, she tells you a secret and says only you can know this and no one else can be trusted with this information. Okay, no big deal, right? Now, towards the trial, whenever everybody's discussing who could have killed this person, it's basically revealed that the only 2 people it possibly could have been are yourself and Kyoko. Everybody else had just too good of an alibi, and it just can't be them, I mean, for whatever reason. So you know you didn't do it as the player character, so the only other option is Kyoko. Now, during this investigation, Kyoko is actually caught in a lie, but this lie is only known to you, the player character, because it involves the secret that she shared with you and you alone, meaning that you're the only one that knows this is a lie. After this, you and Kyoko actually debate it and battle it out, being forced against each other, while the others are anxiously watching to see who will come out the victor, who they need to vote for as the killer. And in order to win, Makoto thinks to himself the only way to get suspicion off of him is to reveal Kyoko's lie. But then he remembers that Kyoko made him promise not to tell anybody this secret, and that to trust her no matter what. And so Makoto, unfortunately, has an option here. He can reveal Kyoko's secret, which would maybe not necessarily make her the killer, but at least make her testimony unreliable, or keep it a secret and see what happens. So, if you're like me, unfortunately, you kind of start to think maybe I shouldn't trust her, and you decide to reveal her secret. Well, let's see what happens. In the canon ending, the way you're supposed to get the ending, you're actually supposed to trust in Kyoko and not reveal her secret. If you do, Kyoko will then immediately throw you under the bus, like, damn girl, ruthless. And then everybody decides, well, if it can't be her, then it must be Makoto. And yes, actually, it is revealed that you were the killer. Well, Monokuma decides to execute you anyway, and as he's trying to execute you, you actually get very lucky and survive the execution somehow. This is probably because canonically Makoto is supposed to be the ultimate lucky student, but that's just some mumbo jumbo I think they make up. I think you just get really lucky, right? Now, that's the canon ending. After this, you and Kyoko meet back up, she apologizes, and you go on to face the final trial. However, if you decide to throw Kyoko under the bus and expose her lie, Kyoko just kind of throws her hands up and she's like, well, that's it, you know, I didn't do it, but now they'll never trust me again. So the only thing Kyoko reveals is that she is a liar, but not a murderer. But because she has been caught lying, of course, now everybody votes against her, and yes, she is found out to be the murderer. But wait a minute, hold on, how does that make sense, right? Because you were accused of being the murderer in the original route, but now she's the murderer? Well, come to find out, neither of you are murderers, actually, and Monokuma set up this trap because you and Kyoko were both the only two people that had any competency at this point that could actually stop his grand ambitions, right? So it's a trap either way. But if you decide to throw Kyoko under the bus, Kyoko's executed, only she doesn't survive the execution, then you're given a small cutscene in which shows the events, what happened after the fact. Essentially, after Kyoko is executed, the five of you then decide, well, we're just never going to kill anybody ever again, and the five of you decide to live in the school for the rest of your days, and you're given this kind of goofy and comical, yet really sad and kind of scary PNG scene where it shows the results of it. There's 3 male students and 2 female students left alive. Well, 1 female student left alive, the other is shown to be unknown what their fate is. And the 3 students, male students, all had a child with this remaining female student. And it just says they lived together in that school forever, and that's it. That's the end of it. No hope, nothing. So that's pretty tragic, but after this, it's revealed that it's just Makoto having a daydream, and you're allowed to go and make the right choice. There's really not much to it. So it's a great game, check it out. I also want to give you a fun fact about this ending. I know I've gone on for a while, but I love this series, so forgive me. I also want to give you a fun fact here. In between missions in the game, in between trials I should say, you're allowed to get to know more about each of the characters playing as Makoto, being friendly with some of them, learning their backstories, giving them gifts, you know, that sort of thing. Kind of like a pseudo romance game, kinda, but not really, just giving gifts. Anyway, you're hanging out with Yasuhiro, who is one of the other characters in the game, known as the ultimate fortune teller or clairvoyant. He's really just the ultimate scam artist, but you don't know that. You don't really, that's never really spelled out, but it's pretty heavily implied. You're hanging out with him at some point, and he actually tells you a fortune free of charge. He says, I'll read your fortune, and then he says, I can see it in my crystal ball that in the future you and I are gonna have children with the same woman. Now Makoto obviously thinks this is ridiculous, and yes, Yasuhiro is known for being just kind of an idiot. However, it is interesting that he says that, knowing that in the bad ending, an alternate universe, as you will, he is somehow correct. However, how he could be correct would be insane. So is it possible that Yasuhiro is able to tell the future from parallel dimensions? Interesting. Anyway, thanks for indulging me in that little rant there. We'll move on. Custom Robo. So this one might be one of my top 5 favorites of this entire Iceberg. I just can't believe it exists. And so Custom Robo was actually a game series. I didn't even know that. The one we're talking about now came out in 2006 on the Nintendo GameCube. I remember when this game came out, I wanted to play it, but I was young back then, had limited funds. I never got around to it. Apparently it wasn't reviewed that well, but anyway, I'm digressing. So in this game, you basically take control of a player character that you name, known as the hero, and you're playing with tiny robots that fight each other. And somehow or another, this leads up to a story mode in which the end of the world can occur. You play it for yourself if you want. That's not really relevant at the moment. We're talking about the bad ending. So the end of the world is coming, and we have 3 main hero characters, yourself, Marcia, and Harry. I guess these are localized names. Anyway, you're actually asked before the final battle if you want to participate, and you can actually choose, no, I'm not going, I'm good. Now after this, the other characters just kind of say, really, come on now, and you're asked again, And if you say no, you're not going, they'll ask you again and again and again. And you might think this is just looping, like you're not allowed to say no. However, you can actually say no to this 20 times. Yes, 20 times. And each time they'll say something different, like, come on, please, think about it. Come on now. They try to shame you into it, but your character can just continue to say, no, I'm not going. Screw you. And eventually they're just like, well, all right then, if you don't want to go. Then they shame you, basically making you feel bad for it, but then they're like, all right, don't worry about it. We'll go save the world without you. And then the screen cuts to black and you're given a bit of an epilogue, some narration of the character saying, well, they actually couldn't save the world. They never came back and the world ended. Maybe it could have been avoided if you would have just gone to the final battle. The character, Harry, that was roasting you the entire time, actually speaks to you from beyond the grave? Or breaking the fourth wall, I guess. I don't know. He tells you, the entire human race was killed off and I died thanks to you. Maybe next time you'll make the right choice. So this one, like I said, is one of my top 5 favorites of this entire list. I just can't believe it exists. Anyway, if you played this game for yourself, how was it? Anyway, let's move on. Scott Pilgrim vs. the World. So you probably know this series from the hit movie starring Michael Cera and Mary Elizabeth Winstead. What you may not have known is that it actually started as a graphic novel series written by Canadian author Brian Lee O'Malley. What you also might not have known is that there's a game based off of this series, not the movie, but the graphic novel. In my opinion, this is one of those rare situations in which the game is actually better than the source material. It's a 4-person co-op beat-em-up game, arcade style, complete with achievements, complete with secrets, cheat codes, stuff like that. It's a lot of fun. I recommend you play it. I recommend it very highly, and you get a lot more side characters. I mean, it's just a lot of fun. It's not really that deep. However, in this game, aside from the main cast, there's also 3 additional DLC characters you could download. Those include Wallace, Knives, and Dark Scott. Now, Dark Scott is actually the subject of this bad ending. You see, if you complete the game with Dark Scott, at the end of it, you get this cutscene that just, I mean, maybe it's just a regular ending, but to me, if you watch it, it's got that classic Scott Pilgrim humor, but you could consider it a dark ending. Check this out. I love that. Yeah, it's goofy and cartoony, but it does fill you with that kind of dread, right? Especially that last line. Well, time for bed. Kind of reminds me of Knuckles Chaotix from earlier. Thanks for playing. Like, yeah, just right off the end of the world. So anyway, let's move on. Unicorn Overlord. So, oh man, I love this game. I love it a lot. So put this on the list of games that Red Showman is biased towards because he really likes them. Also put this on a special list of games that are really cool but have a really stupid name. I know, with a name like Unicorn Overlord, you might be a little hesitant at first, but believe me, it's a great game, and the name is based off the lore of the game, which makes a lot of sense once you get into the story. So what is Unicorn Overlord? Well, it's a JRPG game that mixes in elements of real-time strategy. It's just a lot of fun. I really want you to play it for yourself, and it sucks that I'm going to spoil it, but the ending is pretty cool. Now, to be honest with you, one of my complaints about this game is the story. Well, it's kind of basic bitch fantasy, right? You're playing as Elaine, who is trying to reclaim his throne after his kingdom was taken over by a general known as Galerius. You, now the lost son of the last heir, have to come in and reclaim it and ultimately confront Galerius and save the world. So As Elaine, you meet a lot of companions. You go from area to area, liberating them from Galerius's command, and you're given a lot of objectives in the game. One of the earliest objectives is to save your kidnapped friend, who is a woman that is implied to be your canon romance option, but you can romance just about anyone in this game, male or female. Anyway, you can just straight up choose to ignore your friend. I don't know in what world you would even think to do that, as even Elaine himself never stops talking about her, but you can go about the rest of the game and never go and save her. You don't have to do this. And if you don't save her, whenever you get to the final area of the final boss, well, she returns, but possessed. She's no longer herself. She's been taken over by a demonic spirit known as Nobel. And even though Elaine says, I wanted to save you, I tried, which is total nonsense, she just laughs at you knowing that the woman is lost forever. It's really sad, especially when they taunt Elaine, saying how much she cried and how much pain she was in when she died. It's really dark, and I really can't believe this is an option. But this isn't even the bad ending yet. You see, in this game, you're given a lot of objectives, but similar to Breath of the Wild, if you know what I'm talking about, you're actually able to confront and challenge the final area right from the jump. I don't know how you could possibly do it without leveling up, but theoretically, I guess it is possible to just rush the final boss as quick as possible. Now, one of the objectives in this game, believe it or not, is to get married. Based. Okay, not really get married. It's called the Rite of the Covenant, although if you do it with a female companion, it's pretty well implied that it's a marriage, and with the male companion, it's implied that you're just going to be best buds for life, I guess. So anyway, if you choose not to do this, and hey, I mean, maybe Elaine's not a one man or woman kind of guy, you don't have to do this, and you can still get a good ending without doing this, right? So let me explain. When you confront Galerius, you have two options towards the end. You can either kill him or free his soul, I guess, liberating him so he's not living on forever. I mean, it's complicated. I don't want to spoil it. So, if you choose to spare him, that's the good ending. That's what you're supposed to do. However, if you kill him, he then goes on to possess Elaine. And that is the bad ending. However, if you've gotten married, if you perform the Rite of the Covenant, this proves ineffective and his soul is freed regardless. But you don't get the true ending that way, right? But to get the bad ending, the worst possible ending, you have to attempt to kill Galerius without having performed the Rite of the Covenant. If you do, Galerius will then possess your body, as it's revealed that Galerius was actually killed by the Queen, your mother, earlier in the game as you were a kid. So not only have you just killed your mother, but he then possesses your body to go on to rule the world forever. Check this out.
Strike at this new body of mine if you dare. You'd simply be volunteering your own as my next vessel. The ring is mine to command, and a futile demise is all that awaits you now.
No. Why must it end this way?
Finally realized, have you? None can ever hope to halt my designs. Now bow to your emperor!
So yeah, in case I didn't explain it well enough, what just happened is the person you've been fighting against this entire game was actually your own possessed mother who you thought was dead. Not only did you just kill her, but she possessed your body and then went on to rule the world with no one left to challenge him. At the end of the credits, you're given a brief cutscene in which shows Galerius, who then possesses your body. now in control of all of your companions as well, and the world is in forever darkness as no one is ever able to challenge him. I mean you. I mean, whoa, that was crazy. I love this game. I hope I didn't spoil it too much for you. Again, the story itself really isn't that great, and the romance is kind of hollow, but still, please check it out. At least pick it up on sale or something. Anyway, let's move on. Evo, Theory of Evolution. Okay, so we're going from Unicorn Overlord, a game released in 2024, to Evo, a game that was released all the way back in 1990. Now, your boy Red Shellman is old, but that's older than me, so that's crazy. The writing in this game, well, it really isn't that deep. It's really impressive what they were able to do. This is an old PC game in which the goal of the game is to evolve. So you start out as a little fish, but you're greeted by Gaia. Gaia being the Earth goddess, Mother Earth. She tells you that your goal is to evolve over billions of years and to finally meet her, and also to confront Satan, yes, the devil, and defeat them. Okay, so how does this work? Well, throughout the game, you fight other evolved creatures, as well as go about a little bit of a storyline, and you gain points to evolve. Ultimately, you evolve into man, and then even further. You evolve into something like a space Christ, in which you team up with Gaia, and you fight the devil in space, right? Defeating her and then having a mind orgy, I guess, with Gaia for all of eternity. So yeah, you go from evolving from a tiny fish over billions of years to being Space Christ. Based? Anyway, this game is interesting, but there's a lot of bad endings. Remember I told you you can evolve? Well, that comes with experience points, just like in any other RPG. And you're given points to evolve into certain stats. There are 4 of them, I believe. There's endurance, wisdom, and I can't think of the other 2 right now. I'm sorry. But you have to evolve in a certain way. However, if you put all of your points, say, into endurance or say into wisdom, you'll evolve too far in one direction, reaching an evolutionary dead end, right? You can evolve into all sorts of things, such as a fish that's too big to swim away, or into a dinosaur that's too stupid to avoid the Ice Age. And these are how you get the bad endings. I also want to point out there's a bad ending in which you can straight up drink hot mercury and you evolve into a slime. So that's interesting. That's one bad ending. But these bad endings are just, to me, they're iconic. If you haven't seen them, check them out. They're just like really depressing when you think, oh man, all of this just to evolve into a dwarf or whatever, right? It's pretty crazy. But this game is really cool and it's really impressive. Again, this was 1990. Yes, 1990. I know I've said that 15 times, but I'm still blown away by it. Although not as blown away as I was when I found out Mayor Lewis could be killed in Harvest Moon. Anyway, check the game out for yourself. Let's move on. Mogeko Castle. So, trigger warning here for bad things happening to young people. I don't necessarily know the canon age of the character, and I don't really want to find out. You play as Yonaka, and you're on a quest to save your brother. And in this quest, you're somehow find your way to a castle, but this is no ordinary castle. It's actually run by these horrible yellow creatures that look adorable, but are actually just monsters, known as Mogekos, right? Now, the reason I say this is a horror game is because it's similar to The Witch's House, as we talked about earlier. It looks the same, and it's in that same one wrong move and you die. In fact, not only do you die, but bad things happen to you. One of the worst bad endings you can get right off the bat, once you get to the castle, you're actually able to just say, nah, screw this, I'm out. If you do, this leads to a bad ending in which you're surrounded by these Mogeko creatures, and it's implied that they do more than just kill you. so I'm gonna leave it at that. But there's plenty more bad endings, such as you being stabbed to death, you being killed, and even you being killed by your own brother. So there's a lot that can happen. I don't know why in the hell this game was made, but it's a classic, I guess. So check it out for yourself. Maybe not. Maybe not this one. Anyway, let's move on. Always, sometimes monsters. So I know the Iceberg says sometimes always monsters, but that was a mistake. I added this one to the Iceberg, and that's actually the sequel. Yeah, it gets confusing. While the sequel has its own bad endings, the worst ending about that game is just that it's not very good. But the first game is an indie gem, I feel like, and it's pretty well underrated. It's one of those RPG maker games. Now, I do want to say right off the bat, this game can get pretty political. Personally, I'm okay with that so long as the game is good, and I believe this is a good game. It's a rare example of choices actually mattering throughout the game. So, and I know you've heard that a lot, but I don't know, I liked it a lot when I played it, so I'm going to gush about it a bit. So in this game, you play as your character, whose name and sexuality is up to you, and you are an author who was once living on top of the world, going to big fancy parties, and are now washed up, living in a rundown apartment and finding their meals in dumpsters. Relatable. Anyway, during your life, you get a letter in the mail from your ex who is saying they want you to go to their wedding as they're getting married. This, of course, upsets the player as they decide they're going to try to make it to this wedding, but in order to sabotage it as they're still in love with them, even after all these years. The story is actually a retelling of these events, as you're being told all this by a random stranger in an alleyway who confronts two men, one of them being an assassin, in order to have them listen to their story. I know, we're not starting our stories where they begin, but hang in there. Right? Now you might think, oh, well, my character is this random person telling the story. You might be surprised. A lot of twists and turns can happen in this story. Anyway, this stranger approaches this assassin knowing that he's dangerous and wants him to kill him, or her, or they, or whatever, but only after they tell their story. Basically, they want to be judged by this random criminal guy. Now, this random assassin is with their employer, who is this rich old guy, and he just doesn't have time for this. And he tells you, hey, just shoot this guy. What are you even doing listening to him? And you can just flat out shoot this guy. The story never gets told, and the game ends. This is an amazing example of a bad ending to me, because even the game says, well, the story's over, but is that really all you wanted out of it? You know, it's pretty cool. Again, I really like this game. It's an indie gem, and I love indie gems. Diamond in the rough, if you will. So check it out, but again, be aware of its political ideologies. Anyway, let's move on. The Closing Shift. So this one is a horror game. There's really no good ending here, so in my opinion it kind of doesn't count, but it's on the Iceberg, so we'll talk about it. If you want to know more about it, just type it into YouTube and look at the several dozen videos of YouTubers with their mouths wide open saying, this is the scariest game ever, with an A. So, cynical jokes aside, it's a pretty neat little concept. You play as a barista in a coffee shop who is being stalked. Now, this is pretty terrifying because it's real life horror, right? There's no monsters or vampires that I know of, unless, you know, I'm talking about a different game. But there's no good ending here. The bad endings, obviously, you get caught and killed. And the good ending, or the true ending, I guess, you make it home, you're watching TV, the criminal's been caught, or you bonked him with the cinder block. Yeah, that's part of the game. And then he shows up in your house. So that's the ending. I mean, again, there's really no good ending here, but anyway, check it out for yourself. It is a neat little concept. I have it wish listed on Steam so I can play it myself eventually. But anyway, let's move on. Harvester. Okay, this one is absolutely insane. I know I've said that about 37 million times, but okay, if you'd never believed me before, believe me now. This is nuts. I've never heard of this. This is a 1996 adventure horror game, point and click, in which you play as an 18-year-old man named Steve Mason, who wakes up in the fictional town of Harvest in 1953 with amnesia. Over the course of the game, you're manipulated into performing some tasks for a cult-like organization known as the Order of the Harvest Moon. I can't fucking get away from this shit! Anyway, things are not as they seem. There's a lot more going on in the background. In the game, you meet several characters and bad things can happen to them. The choice is up to you. There's a character that he comes to like in this game, and at the end of the game, well, when he finds out what's really going on, so at the end of this game, it's pretty dark, and again, there's really no good ending here, but the bad ending is just unbelievable. So you come to find out you're in a virtual world, and there's no way out. You're being controlled. If you want to leave, you will have to murder another person in this town that you've grown to love, like to sacrifice her. If you refuse to do this, you're brain dead for the rest of your life and there's no good outcome. But if you decide you do want to do this, you then are given the controls and you take out this woman very brutally, and then you wake up as a serial killer and the game shows you going on to live your serial killer life. I am just shocked that this was a thing. Oh my goodness. Check it out for yourself if you have the stomach for it. Oh my goodness. Let's move on.
Wow, that was neat.
Welcome to our order, brother.
Yeah, but still not as bad as Mayor Tom. Class of 09. Now, if you're familiar at all with Class of 09, I don't need to tell you, but trigger warning for bad things happening to young people, SA, bad things happening at a school. I mean, absolutely absurd and crazy, and I genuinely can't believe this is on Steam, but it is. So Class of 09, fun fact, your boy Red Shell Man may or may not be Class of 09 himself, so when I played this game, when I, looked at the endings, I saw a lot of similarities, actually, and it is raw and it is hardcore about how things really are, especially if you're having to deal with bullying or having to deal with being ostracized, whatever else. So this is a really interesting game, even though it's a deconstruction of a visual novel slash dating sim, I guess. So Class of 09 is just a visual novel. You play as Nicole and you make choices through your school life, and really there's not a lot of good endings. In fact, they're all bad. I think the best ending I saw is the one in which Nicole graduates as valedictorian because she cheated on everything in her grade, which is just okay, at least nobody got hurt. But there are so many bad endings in this one. For example, one bad ending has Nicole dating her gym teacher. By the way, Nicole's a minor. This gym teacher is an adult. He goes out with her, gets her some drinks, and by the way, this is your character you're playing, and you can choose to go back home with this adult man. Again, I can't believe this is on Steam, but nothing steamy or adult happens, because as soon as you walk in the door, you get a bad ending where it shows that he couldn't help himself and just strangled your character, and it's dark and unbelievable. And the worst possible one, I can't even believe I'm going to say this, but the worst ending, at least in my opinion, the worst ending ends up in something really bad happening at a school, and that's all I'm gonna say. I'm not even gonna dare go any further. Anyway, if you want, check it out for yourself, but extreme content warning. I may have enticed you actually by saying that. I know by saying trigger warnings, I'm basically telling you, hey, check this game out, it'll blow your mind. But I mean, whoa, I can't even make a joke about it anymore. Like, it's crazy. Check it out for yourself. They did do a good job on it, I will say that, but let's move on. School days. So, school days, I am so excited to be talking to you about because I am a big fan of the series, the manga, the anime, the game. Hey, you know what? Judge me all you want. Your boy Red Showman loves fan service, but there is a line even I won't cross, and we'll get into that a little later. But for now, what you need to know is that School Days is most infamous for its anime. If you type it into YouTube, School Days anime, you're going to see about 12 to 7 dozen people telling you about how it's the worst anime they've ever seen in their entire life. However, I disagree with this, and one day I'm going to make an anime giving you my reasons. My reasons are much deeper than you think, but I digress. So, fun fact about the anime, the ending is actually so graphic and so horrific that at the time in Japan, the episode was actually pulled off the air at the last minute. You see, there was a separate, unrelated crime happening in Japan in some area, and I guess to be respectful, they pulled the episode down and replaced it with some stock footage of a boat sailing through some, I believe, Norwegian waters. Now, this upset some fans of the series, but one commenter on 4chan said they liked the boat. That became a meme. Nice boat. So, if you see the meme nice boat, there you go. But once again, I'm off topic. So I mentioned a gruesome and horrific end. Well, this is actually based off a romance game. It's an eroge, so folks, it's an adult game. I'm gonna let you know right off the bat. I have played it. I like it a lot. It's actually pretty innovative and ahead of its time. You see, you play as Makoto Ito, and you're trying to date one of 2 girls. Now, the only gameplay in this game is making decisions. Usually there's 2, but there's a third option being to remain silent. Any of these 3 options, whenever presented in the game, can lead you down one or another path. There's a bar on the top of the screen that tracks your progress, and it tracks which girl is more affected by you at what time. And so in order to complete this game, and there's many endings, you have to just get to the end of the game, and whoever you end up with, there's even some other characters you can end up with. Like, it's just crazy how it works, right? So I believe it's a fun experience, but it is adult, like I said. There was a sequel called Summer Days, and that, I'm gonna let you know right now, there's some lines even I won't cross, so viewer discretion advised on that one. Don't recommend it. Anyway, let's talk about the bad ending, right? So in the good endings, you end up with one or another girl. Now, in my opinion, the best ending, you end up with both girls at the same time.
It's mine, all mine.
But you get them both pregnant, so... I'm kidding. We love our mothers here. Anyway, so I mentioned the gruesome and bad ending. Now I will deliver. I've been teasing it for a while now. So in this game, there's so many multiple choices and branching ending points, you know, from decisions that you make. And of course, at least 4 of them, I believe, end badly, right? So as you can imagine, playing with girls' emotions, 2-timing them, might not end well in the real world, and it definitely doesn't end well in this game, and it's so shocking the way it happened. So in these bad endings, at least 1, if not 2 characters expire. So there's 3 main characters. I already mentioned Makoto. There's also Saionji Sekai and Kotonoha Katsura. And Makoto is in a battle with himself to see which of these 2 girls he's going to end up dating. So in these bad endings, 1 of the characters expire. So in one of them, Kotonoha actually kills Sekai, slicing her neck open with a saw. In another ending, Sekai stabs Makoto, leaving him to walk away, bleeding out and lamenting his decisions and regretting everything. In another ending, both of the girls end up on the train tracks after a scuffle, you know, regarding who's dating Makoto, and they both get hit by a train. And finally, worst of all, I've teased it enough, There's an ending in which Kodonoha takes her own life by jumping off a building in front of the two, and when she hits the ground, they don't pull any punches. I mean, watch this. Yeah, now might be a good time to remind you that this is a dating sim with hand holding and hugging and school festivals and having fun together and going on dates and going out to eat and a girl's head being split open as she hits the pavement. It's absolutely unbelievable, but also just impressive as how they even thought to add this in. So it's just a warning. Don't mess around with two girls at the same time unless you have a strategy guide, I guess. I mean, it's dark, it's sad, it's grotesque, and I love this game for it. I love the fact that they had the guts to stick the landing. So anyway, I mean, I don't want to say check it out because it's an adult game, but do what you will. Anyway, I really enjoyed the game, and I'm glad it's on this Iceberg, but let's move on. Voices of the Void. Okay, so this one, I don't have a lot for it. It's a cool little indie experience in which you're playing as somebody monitoring transmissions from space. And of course, a lot of creepy things happen. In this bad ending, it's a jump scare. Now, your boy Red Showman is not a fan of that. I believe that we've moved past it in our internet society, but it still exists, right? So, Voices of the Void, if you get this bad ending, your screen turns red and the game ends. I don't really know how to trigger it, and a lot of people online aren't necessarily in agreement on how this works. So, check it out for yourself, but I just don't have a lot for this. So, I mean, it looks like a cool game, though. Anyway, let's move on. Fuga, Melodies of Steel. Okay, so I've never heard of this, and I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of games I've never heard of on this list, so forgive me. But this is a really unique one in that it's kind of a war series game, looking like Advance Wars, but starring animal characters. And not only are they animal, but they're children animals, so it's kind of... I mean, it's hard for me to take games like this seriously. Like, oh, it's supposed to be this serious war drama, but there's cartoon animal children in it. I think that's supposed to tug at your heartstrings more, but I just, not for me. So, although I've never heard of this, let me explain to you the description on the Iceberg itself. I know I'm going to be lazy here, but I mean, like, I don't have much for it. So, the Fuga series of RPGs contain an interesting mechanic where whenever you are in a boss battle and have lost a significant amount of health, you're given the option to sacrifice one of your party members who are children to finish the boss, or in the case of Fuga 2, they're basically held hostage and will be sacrificed if you don't complete the boss battle in time. If you only have a single child left in your party by the time you defeat the final boss, a scripted sequence for the soul cannon will play out, effectively killing your last party member. A special ending will play for this scenario where Gasco soldiers will find the tank in which the children have been piloting, only to find that there isn't anyone left in there. Depending on the game, the sequence may play out differently but has the same basic gist. The end credits will also contain a sequence of images with all the children scribbled out in place of where they'd usually be. So that's the description on the Iceberg, and that sounds pretty dark. I don't know what kind of world they're in where children are being conscripted to drive tanks, but I mean, it's certainly not a good one, I can tell you that much. Check it out for yourself if it sounds interesting, but I'm just going to move on. Wada no Hara and the Great Blue Sea. Okay, so I've heard of this one before, but it's complicated. I've done the research on it, but I still can't even figure out what exactly is going on. I'll do my best here, though. So Wada no Hara in the Great Blue Sea stars Wada no Hara, a cute little witch that is of the Great Blue Sea. Now, one thing to note is that this game was created by the same people that created Mogeko Castle earlier. And from what I understand, one of the bad endings also involves SA, although I couldn't verify that. So make of that what you will. You certainly can look at the art style and see the similarities behind it. So in Wada Nohara, it's an RPG Maker game starring Wada Nohara, as I've said before, and she can have a bad ending where she's corrupted and the blue sea turns into a red sea. So I guess the reason this is on the Iceberg is because it's pretty graphic. Now, it's not graphic insofar as there's violence and stuff like that. It's graphic in like, wow, like this looks pretty grim, right? Pretty dark. Now, for a lot of these entries, I do see them more as advertisements. I don't want to spoil everything for you, so check it out for yourself if you want. Now, I'm sorry if I'm vague on a lot of these entries. It's just it's hard for me to summarize a story like this. You know, there's just so much going on. But anyway, check the game out for yourself. The bad ending, yeah, you turn the sea red and you become evil. So don't do that. Anyway, that's it for this layer of the iceberg. Don't forget to hit the like button if you like it, and if you don't like it, hey, leave that dislike. Go ahead, I don't mind. But if you dislike it, do me a favor and leave a comment letting me know why so I can get better. Anyway, we're going to move on to the final tier. Yep, I got the bad ending, me personally, because I didn't mention Corpse Party. And, well, many others. Let me explain. You see, the Iceberg is considered complete by the Iceberg creator, and of course, after the fact, we went over it, started saying, what about this game, what about that game, and we decided that, should we do that, this Iceberg would be forever. There are so many bad endings out there. You know it and I know it. So I wanted to add this bonus entry layer in, with permission of Stacky, of course, to kind of lightening around some of these games. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but anyway, let's begin with Corpse Party so that I can appease Sachiko and she'll stop torturing me forever and ever. Corpse Party is a classic. I mean, go on YouTube again, several dozen YouTubers mouthed wide open saying, oh my god, this is horrible. But it really is. It's unbelievable. It stars a cast of high school students, a middle school student, and their teacher as they get sucked into a haunted elementary school where the spirit of Sachiko is tormenting those that come, and if you die in this school, your soul is not only stuck there for all of eternity, but you're forced to endure the pain of dying over and over again. Unbelievable, right? There are several wrong endings here. Wrong endings is what they call it. Such as being buried alive, drowning, having your tongue forcibly ripped out with pliers, and of course, escaping the school only to realize you did it wrong and you have to relive the events over and over for all of eternity, knowing what's coming but not being able to stop it. Corpse Party is a pretty cool series. There's an anime to it, which isn't that good. There's a manga that's pretty good. There's several sequels, but avoid the original manga. It's called Corpse Party Musume. Just avoid it. Your boy Red Shell Man's all about fan service, but there's lines even I won't cross. I mean, come on, Japan, what are you doing? Next up, we have Dragon's Lair. So, Dragon's Lair looks more like a movie than a game, probably because it's directed by the legendary Don Bluth. Anyway, in Dragon's Lair, it's just like an arcade game in which you avoid bad endings. Your character gets beaten, killed, eaten, boiled alive. I mean, it's pretty graphic, and the sound effects are pretty haunting. It's surprising this was even allowed, but once you know what's coming in the game, you could beat it in like 30 minutes, but still, pretty interesting and pretty iconic. Next up in this trio of movie-like games is Time Gal. Time Gal is very anime, like very. And similar to Dragon's Lair, all you really do is avoid things. You have a choice to make, and once you know what you're doing, you can beat it in a half an hour. It's very anime, like I said. A lot of the bad endings involve her getting her clothes ripped off, which is fun. Of course, you don't see anything. Anyway, you just play as a gal in time trying to save the world, so that's interesting. Rockman Adventures. So this is a little-known game starring Rockman, aka Mega Man, as he's going to an island to stop Dr. Light. This isn't your classic Mega Man experience, though. It's a point-and-click game, And it's pretty easy, but there's a lot of bad endings here you can get. Most notoriously, if you die, Dr. Light just says, "Hey, it's okay, Mega Man, just come home. You tried." And he comes home and Roll dies. You see, the reason for him going to this island was to find a way to save Roll from Dr. Wily. And if you don't, she dies and the world ends. And so, yeah, ruh-roh. Danganronpa V3. Okay, so Danganronpa I've already mentioned. I love the series, and I thought I have to mention V3 because there's a little known bad ending you probably don't know about. You might think you know where I'm going with this, but I'm telling you, you don't. So in Danganronpa V3, there is a bad ending screen, but it's a fake out. I don't want to spoil any more than that. I'll just let you know it's a fake out. But early on in the game, you actually have access to a separate bad ending. You play as Kaede Akamatsu, aka Best Girl for Life, and you try to lead your other high school students who are trying to escape this killer school, just like in Danganronpa 1. The series antagonist Monokuma plays another role in this game as the villain, and in this school you have no way out, but you find a tunnel that says exit. So you think naturally, hey, this is an exit. So Kaede leads her fellow students into this tunnel, only to find out it's nearly impossible. It's a minigame you can play side-scrolling, and it is unbelievably difficult, right? And canonically, you're supposed to fail at this. I mean, if anyone can do it on their first try, I would be impressed. But if you fail in this minigame, you go back to the beginning, a cutscene plays, and everybody just sort of gives up hope. However, you're allowed to retry this after the fact. And believe it or not, it is possible to complete this maze early on in the game. If you do, Monokuma's like, wow, holy crap, I can't believe anybody actually did it. The screen cuts to black and Monokuma says, alright, well, I guess you're allowed to leave. You don't see what happens, but the character Kaede sees what's on the other side of the tunnel, is shocked, and then you're sent back to the beginning as if you failed. So, I mean, I'm not going to spoil much more. If you know what happens canonically, then you know at the end of this tunnel what's awaiting you. But this is an early on bad ending you can get, so I always thought that was pretty cool. Dead Rising 2. So I mentioned Dead Rising 3 and Dead Rising 1, obviously, but Dead Rising 2 probably has the worst bad ending. Simply because you play as a father, Chuck, who's trying to save his daughter, Katie, from the zombie virus. You see, the zombie virus at this point in the lore is treatable. You can avoid becoming a zombie if you're bitten, but you must take this medication one time a day in a specific hour of the day. I mean, that sounds pretty inconvenient, but what are you going to do? So Chuck has to not only find a way out of the mall, find a way to save the other survivors, but he has to constantly take care of his daughter. He's always bringing her toys and doting on her. It's really wholesome. Unfortunately, however, if you run out of time or if you're just dicking around too much, you know, killing other survivors or trying on dresses, then unfortunately Katie can expire, and you're given just this pretty horrific cutscene at the end of it. It's sad. It's it's a bad ending, alright, that's for sure. So probably the stakes have never been higher in a Dead Rising game. Dead Rising 1 also has many bad endings, but I don't know, I just felt like they were not really worth mentioning, but they do have bad endings throughout the entire series. Monster Party. Okay, now we're going back to the past. Monster Party is an interesting game on NES. You play as a boy with his baseball bat going into the monster world, teaming up with a monster named Bert, of all names. I mean, that's kind of weird. And you fight monsters with a baseball bat. Interesting. The game is super hard, but at the end of this game, Bert gives you a gift, which a princess jumps out of. It's a gift box. But the princess turns out to be a monster, tries to kill you, and then your character wakes up like, oh, it was all just a bad dream. But when he leaves the house, Bert is there saying, hey, want to go again? So basically, you're stuck fighting monsters for all of eternity. And so that's not cool. Bubble Bobble. So how can we not mention Bubble Bobble? Bubble Bobble is probably the oldest example of a game telling you got a bad ending that I can think of. Bubble Bobble is just a little puzzle game starring cute little dinosaurs, but if you get to the end of the game, Similar to the Sonic series, not having collected certain items, you'll be told you got a bad ending and to go back and retry it. This isn't really that dark, but I mean, when you think about it, it's pretty unique and iconic when it comes to bad endings. Far Cry 3. Okay, Far Cry 3, right? So this is interesting. It's a game about survival. You play as just some regular guy who's trying not to die. He's having to kill people, which is something he's not wanted to do or never done before. At the end of this game, your friends are captured and you must save them. But you can choose not to, and you can choose to team up with Kitara. Sorry if I butchered that name. And you can kill your friends, giving yourself over fully to your darker side, and you then end up with Kitara. At the end of this game, you're given a adult scene with Kitara. And after this, she actually kills you. Yes, she kills you, straight up praying mantis style. And then that's only after you inseminate her, of course. And that's it. The game's over. Your friends are all dead. You're dead. And you're going to hell. Live with it. Game over. Far Cry 3. Amazing. And finally, Super Paper Mario. Yes, Super Paper Mario. I mentioned Paper Mario Thousand Year Door before. This game, however, doesn't get mentioned much. The gameplay is wildly different from any other Paper Mario game. But the story is actually really cool and really deep. It's kind of surprising. In Super Paper Mario, however, there's many bad endings. Most of them are just like being an asshole to the other characters, really. It's like, hey, you want to save the world? Nah, I'm good. Game over. Probably the most iconic one that I can remember is one in which one of the characters, Mario, Peach, Luigi, or Bowser, end up in space, and you're supposed to put on a space helmet. But you can straight up say, nah, I don't want to do that. The game then tells you, are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Similar to Custom Robo, where it's like, okay, come on now, and stop playing around. But you can tell her, no, I don't want to do that. And of course, after that, you just sort of die in space, which is like, wow, okay, Mario, way to be a douche. But that's crazy. And bonus entry that I just thought about. You see how this works? There's so many. Yoshi's Story on the N64. So, in case you haven't played this game, it's unbelievably cutesy, it's easy, it's fun, blah blah blah. But at the end of it, it always freaked me out if your Yoshi dies, you're carried off to Bowser's castle by the Shy Guys. Getting a game over means all of the Yoshis are carried to Bowser's castle. It's pretty creepy, just the bad ending music and when it says game over, just to think all the Yoshis have died or been captured. It's pretty grim. Anyway, that's it for the bonus entries. Like I said, this could go on forever, but we really wanted to mention just a few more, at least I did. And I sure thank Stacky for letting me do this. Let's get on to the final layer. Gradius Neo Imperial. Okay, so this was a phone game from what I'm seeing. It's just an interesting entry on this list. It's one of those space scrolling shoot 'em ups. You know the genre I'm talking about, right? So essentially in this game you play as a rogue element of the enemy faction. You're in a ship called Big Core. And this ship, while it decides to fight back against the villains of this universe, after it succeeds and escapes, it's actually shot down by the heroes of this universe, the good faction, and unfortunately their crew dies and are sucked into a sun to be burnt up, and no one would ever know, like, hey, these guys were the villains, but they helped us out. So it's a pretty sad and depressing ending if you think about it. It's really unique, especially for a mobile game of all things. I mean, unless I'm reading something wrong here, let me know in the comments down below, but I couldn't find much information on it other than that. It's just a sad ending to see that, hey, the unsung heroes of the galaxy were mistakenly shot down and burnt up. So, yeah, let's move on. Bonnie's Bakery. So, there's going to be a lot of these in the final tier, the Iceberg, these kind of horror indie titles. They're kind of a dime a dozen. I mean, forgive me for being cynical, but you know what I mean, right? So in Bonnie's Bakery, it's a survival game. It's one of those cutesy fake out games where everything looks cool and cute and the art's done well in the beginning. It really is. And then it turns into this like horror escape game that's like edge boy. And again, I'm cynical. I apologize, but I mean, I got to have a personality on this channel, right? I'm not some AI. But anyway, so in this game, yeah, there's Bonnie runs a bakery for some reason uses like meat and is like harvesting meat from the creatures that live in this town or in this world. And you find this out and you're captured and you have to escape. But if you're caught by Bonnie, the villain of this game, you disappear, and then you get a cutscene where Bonnie is serving her pastries or whatever to the world, and it's implied that yeah, your body went missing and Bonnie's got more meat in her storage. So pleasant thoughts for sure. Anyway, we'll move on. Grimm's Hollow. Okay, so this one is pretty interesting, and I read the summary of it and the ending. It's kind of dark. So you play as Lavender, a girl who's woken up to the afterlife. Yeah, she actually woke up dead. One of those. And in this afterlife, she's told that she's supposed to be a reaper and just go around collecting souls. But she wants nothing to do with this. She doesn't believe any of it until she hears that her little brother is also here as well. So she sets off to try to save him. In the bad ending of this game, well, there's a couple of bad endings, but what's called the, quote, worst ending, you're overpowered by another ghost named Baker and another one named Grimm. So Baker takes Timmy's soul, Timmy being your little brother, and he gets revived. And then shortly after, when you're defeated by Grimm, your little brother that doesn't have a soul is basically uncontrollable. And after the fact, Lavender tries to escape the afterlife, but she's not able to. So she just becomes hollow and collecting and reaping spirits for all of time. It's a bit more complex than that. There's a lot more going on, but that's what I got out of the summary. And I mean, I'm sorry guys, I can't play every single game on this list. I really don't know much about it. So check it out for yourself. It looks like a cute little indie game. But like I said, they're also like a dime a dozen. But I'm all about finding that diamond in the rough. So let's move on. Bad End Theater. With a name like that, you knew it had to be on this list, right? If you've played it before, you knew it was going to be on this list, right? I haven't played it, so I've done the research, and it looks like it's a game all about these bad endings. It's all about watching characters, making decisions of the cast, and having them experience bad endings. So there is a true ending to this game that if you get to the end of it, decisions you make in one route might affect another route, etc., etc. I'm not going to talk about the true ending here because that's not what we're here for, but I don't know. Sounds pretty neat. And it's got a fan base. And of course, I'm really grateful that a lot of these obscure indie titles have Wikipedia pages or fandom pages. That's really cool. Thanks. Check it out for yourself. It looks really good. The art looks really good. And the writing looks pretty neat too. So yeah, let's move on. Bury the Hatchet. So... I gotta say that I love the pun there. I love to play on words, but I don't know anything about this game either. But fortunately, I know someone who knows all about it. Once again, welcome back, Stacky.
Right, what is the next game I'm supposed to be talking about? Oh, I see. Alright, I'm gonna have to be very careful with this one. So, out of all the games I've been asked to talk about in this Iceberg, this is probably the one where I'm actually going to be talking about like an actual entry with actual spoilers. And of course, the game I'm supposed to be talking about right now is Bury the Hatchet. Honestly, I kind of like this obscure RPG Maker game, and if you want to check it out, you can check it out on itch, look it up on YouTube, and watch Millie Badass Hero play it. Or if you don't have the time now and you still don't want to be spoiled, then you can time skip to the next entry. So the story involves you playing as this store clerk with a bear mask on his head who meets an innocent girl named Pearl who teams up with you to hide a very, very dark secret. Though eventually you do end up getting caught, and there are at least 3 endings that you can get. 2 of them are pretty bad, one I say is worse than the other. One of the endings involves your character being caught and arrested, by the guy who eventually flees and tells the officers about your secret. But the other ending, this whole time, Pearl is being held captive by the one who wants to rat on you and her. But then there's the option where your character allows this person who invaded you in Pearl's space to actually kill Pearl just to give you the opening to finish the job of no witnesses, if you know what I mean. In the end, you do manage to get your character out of a mess, but at the cost of an innocent girl who just wanted to be with you and help you with your secrets. So, in the end, the only thing your admirer is a new mess for your character to clean up.
My Friendly Neighborhood. Okay, so I'm always blown away by how many games I've just never heard about on Steam. This looks really cool, but not something I probably would buy unless it was on sale. So My Friendly Neighborhood looks like it's a mascot shooter, right? So you play as a maintenance man named Gordon who's trying to find out why in the hell these animatronics are acting up. This is a play on Sesame Street, you know, My Friendly Neighborhood, stuff like that. Only these creatures come to life and attack Gordon, and he has to fight back with these cartoon guns and weapons and such. It looks like just one of those survival horror games. At the end of the game, the bad ending, I should say, you escape. Gordon escapes with his life, so that's a good thing, right? But the maintenance company gets pissed off at him, and he gets fired. So now he doesn't have a job, and he has all day long to watch TV where he sees these characters on TV that tried to kill him, basically mocking him. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, sounds like a bad ending, but I don't know. You escape with your life? Always a good thing. But I guess it's a matter of perspective. But anyway, yeah, looks pretty interesting. Again, if it's on sale, I might check it out. Anyway, y'all, let's move on. Dodo Rami, monster seeking monster. Push the button. What? Jackbox? Jackbox. Stacky, come back! Stacky, I need your help!
Oh, come on, not again. How is it so hard to have a totally normal party without any bad outcome in the end of it? Ugh. Wait a minute, I feel like I forgot something. Hello, it's me again, and I'm here to talk about what I consider bad endings that no one else probably ever considered. But really, despite all the silliness and wackiness that hides within the Jackbox games provided in all 10 of their packs, there are a couple of those games that do have some very interesting scenarios, to say the least, that are the opposite of fun and wacky. So, as such, I have nominated 3 out of the 50 many games in the Jackbox Party Packs that provide some very grim fates, at least according to my eyes. And granted, there could be more from these games that I've been missing out on. I mean, there's a little trivia murder party, for crying out loud, that isn't on this Iceberg, so that's saying something. I mean, who knows? Maybe in a future update to my Iceberg on icebergcharts.com, I'll demote the several Jackbox entries into one big bonus entry for Jackbox games that have twisted fates. So, the first out of this random smorgasbord of entries that I added to this Iceberg just randomly is Push the Button. It's just Among Us. Literally just Among Us with puzzles. Though, I will give credit because I don't think it's fully Among Us, since you basically only have one chance at ejecting all of the aliens at once. Fail to get all the aliens and everyone but the aliens die. All the humans get ejected. The host literally dies because of a Windows XP crash. Even the credits have dead humans floating out into space as the aliens just party on the ship. Now, players can win as long as they're the aliens that threw over the humans. But imagine a scenario where everyone has to work together to survive, otherwise everyone dies. Well, that must mean you're playing Do-Do Re-Mi on the Party Pack 10. Do-Do Re-Mi stands out in having a bad scenario where everyone dies if you don't feed this plant your music. So if you happen to be the sourdough of your group, whether on accident or on purpose just to troll, just remember that you're putting your own bird at risk here for being eaten too. Unless you like seeing all your friends die. Though in the end, you would just become a monster. unlike the other monsters at Monster Seeking Monster. Now surely this cheesy little dating sim game about being freaky with monsters wouldn't be that bad, right? Well, I think I have two possible candidates for a bad outcome. In the game, there are monster abilities like curses and infections that occur for players once they date the original monster or anyone else infected. So, if everyone's cursed or infected, there's never usually a bad, automatic win, right? Okay, well, that just gave it away.
Zombie!
Everyone the zombie dates turns into a zombie, and everyone new zombies date also turn into a zombie at the end of the next night. At the end of the game, if everyone is infected, it's the end of the world.
Yep, and lo and behold, the game treats it as a big event, and it literally shows that it's the end of the world. So, congrats to that one player, and sucks to be everyone else. At least it won't be that bad with that many players on board. I can't bear to imagine what it would be like if there was just 4 players.
Before we move forward, just having 4 players will get old fast. So, yeah, I'm adding a 5th player. Robot. Here's how the robot works. The robot loses a heart at the end of every night, but it also gains a bonus heart for every player that messages and tries to date it. At the end of the game, if the robot comes in last place, it fails to understand human emotions and destroys humanity. Don't you hate it when a lovesick robot makes everybody lose the game? I know I do.
Is this what people meant by hating AI? I don't think anything else needs to be said about this little scrap heap. It's true. If he comes in last place, everyone dies. It's literally Do-Do-Re-Mi all over again. My god, if there are actually more secrets in these Jackbox games that have very bad outcomes like this, then I'm probably missing out. I probably scratched the surface of Trivia Murder Party for all I know. I think I probably did, though. I might be wrong on that. Well, this is probably all for the list of games with bad endings that I need to watch out for. Well, this is probably the end of my time here in this channel. I'm gonna let Red Shell Man take care of the rest of the list now. In the meantime, time to have the best party ever! So this is why I hate RNG in video games.
Gotta be honest with you guys, I didn't expect that out of Jackbox. That was actually really interesting. And once again, thanks so much, Stacky, for being a guest on this channel, for commenting on your own Iceberg. So check out his channel. I think he's going to go far. But anyway, as for now, we'll move on. Hyperdimension Neptunia Mark II. Yeah, boy, waifu game. Now you're speaking my language. Anyway, this is complicated. I've never played this before. I've heard of it here and there, but looking up the game, doing the research, I still can't even make heads or tails out of what the hell's going on here. It looks pretty. Supposedly it takes place in a virtual world. The main character is Nepgear, and I mean, I'm sorry, I really can't make heads or tails of this plot. The names are complicated, but I can tell you about the ending, the bad ending, because it's notorious amongst the series and the fans as being so incredibly out there and out of nowhere. It's called the Conquest ending, and essentially the main character has a sword that gets stronger whenever it, well, takes somebody out. And of course, they need to end the world-ending threat, obviously, and they need the sword to be as strong as possible. So in a weird sense, a weird twist and turns, very dark, the main character decides to eradicate NPCs that are friendly to get the sword stronger, and basically just takes out all of her friends in order to accomplish this. She conquests them to make the sword stronger and save the day. I know there's got to be more to it than that, but that's what I'm reading. It seems very dark. Yeah, very grim too. But again, I can't make heads or tails of it. I'm really sorry. I'm gonna play it for myself. I'm gonna try to play it for myself. But then again, looking up the game, there's so many of them. It's kind of complicated itself. But check it out. Comment below more about it. If you've played this game, let me know. As well as Custom Robo and any of the other games you like. Comment down below, please. Let me know all about them. Anyway, we'll move on from here. Monster Prom / Monster Camp. Okay, for this one, I'm gonna channel the ghost of Stacky that is no longer with us and use his words. I mean, Stacky's fine. By the way, I'm just making a joke. I mean, well, maybe. Let me send him a message. Anyway, this is the description on the Iceberg, so bear with me. When re-looking into this cute monster dating sim game, okay, I decided for this Iceberg to revisit the endings that are known as the darkest timelines. Starting in the mainline game, Monster Prom, the darkest timeline where an ancient evil deity known as Zagord, though prefers to be known as Zoe in the main games, is awoken, eventually causing destruction in the monster realm, and pretty much all the monsters you known, all not making it out alive, minus Polly and Scott. The sequel, Monster Camp, interprets the darkest timeline differently, but still pretty dark. Basically, the sentient robot Calculester replaces all of your friends and probably even your character you play as into a robotic version of themselves. However, this isn't a dark thing. Now that everyone's a robot, everyone will be at peace. Don't you agree? Robot monsters? I don't know if that's better or worse, but anyway, like I said, guys, I tried, but I'm gonna let him take it. So anyway, y'all, let's move on, and thanks a lot. Splatterhouse, 1988. This was an arcade beat-em-up game. It's really cool. It involves monsters, again. So it involves two teenagers, Rick and Jennifer, that are taking refuge from a storm in an abandoned mansion. However, there are rumors surrounding this mansion. When they get inside, they're immediately locked in, and Rick, the man, awakens in a dungeon where he then puts on this hockey mask straight out of Jason, and he becomes a monster. Again, straight out of Jason. I don't know how they got away with this. And he has to fight through the mansion, teaming up with this spirit inside the mask that transforms him into a monster and just punching the hell out of other monsters. Now, he eventually finds Jennifer, who's laying on a couch, but then she turns into a monster herself, which he has to fight. And unfortunately, he kills her, but she turns into a human just long enough to thank him before she passes away. I mean, which is kind of weird. Like, how does she know it's him, and how is she not screaming? But I don't know. I digress. Anyway, Rick is now furious. I almost said Jason there. Rick is now furious, and he decides to take revenge on the house, beating up the rest of the monsters only to find out the house itself is alive. Well, he manages to succeed and escape, and after he does, the mansion is set on fire and he throws the mask away, walking off just dejectedly and horrified at the events that happened before the mask comes back to life and you get the end screen. So this was actually pretty dark. I mean, I made a lot of jokes, but yeah, pretty dark ending, and check it out for yourself. I mean, the game itself looks like a lot of fun, but anyway, we'll move on. Evans Remains. So I can tell you right off the bat, with a name like that, things probably aren't going to end well. So you play as a character named Dysis, D-Y-S-I-S, and you're looking for a genius boy named Evan on a remote island, and you don't know much about your character. You really don't know much about anything that's going on in the game, at least from what I looked up. The story is revealed piece by piece. It's a puzzle game, inspired by some of these Japanese adventure titles you may have seen in the past. It's really interesting, but the bad ending, it's really just the ending again, one of those. You meet another person named Clover, and, well, at the end of the game, they die. I mean, pretty much a lot of people in this game die. A spoiler alert, by the way, I'm sorry if I didn't say that, but you're on the bad ending Iceberg, so forgive me. At the funeral, it's like, from what I understand, right? Because again, this is getting obscure. From what I understand, he's lied to before he dies, and I guess he dies without knowing the truth about something. Again, for me to go into it would be to spoil it too much. It looks like a neat little game, so I want you to check it out, but it doesn't end well for just about anybody, apparently. So we'll move on. Katawa Shoujo. So I want to preface this by saying please don't cancel me. I'm a little bit too early in my YouTube career for that. But yes, this is a game that originated on 4chan. Yes, that 4chan. Now some good things can come out of 4chan once in every 10 blue moons, and this is one of them. So I talked about it on my Sad Internet Stories Iceberg. Not so much for the sad content in the game, and it does have a lot of tearjerkers. I mean, I personally cried when I first played it, I remember. But mostly because it's such an interesting story about how this game even came out. It was made by a bunch of strangers on 4chan. Anyway, this is a dating sim romance game where you are playing as Hisao, someone with a severe heart condition, and you go to a school for disabled people. Yes, it's a game about dating disabled girls. Katawa Shoujo translates to disabled girl. Now wait a minute. Now hold on, please. I'm begging you to check it out for yourself because it is unbelievably respectful to those people with disabilities. And frankly, just because someone's disabled doesn't mean they don't deserve love. They can both give and receive it in the right circumstances. Anyway, in typical dating game visual novels, you essentially only are able to make choices. The choices you make will skew you down a path on which girl you want to end up with. Typically the first chapter sets up all the characters, and then you start making decisions, and if you know what you're doing, you can end up romancing the right character, but your path gets locked on what character based on the choices you've made, right? So if you make all the right choices and you choose the girl you want to romance, then you'll end up on that route. But sometimes you end up screwing things up. You are indecisive, or maybe you just make all the wrong choices and you end up with no one. There's a scene in this game that honestly I had a hard time believing until I looked it up. A bad ending. Now there's other bad endings in this game, but this one is particular because, well, it's the only one that I know of that involves death. So anyway, in this ending, you end up with no one, and during a school event where you would normally be with one of the girls, you're on the roof with your boy Keiji. Keiji is another disabled character in this game. He's definitely one of those misogynist incel types, and together you and him get drunk on the roof and you bitch about women, I guess not having a woman, etc. When I looked it up, this ending, a lot of people said that Keiji was coming on to him, but I really don't see it that way unless it's been changed in the past. I do know that in this game, which is an Arrow game by the way, there are adult scenes in it. When an adult scene is about to play, you'll get a certain music score that goes along with it. That's how you know they're about to get it on. This same music score comes on when Keiji's talking to your character, Hisao, so I kind of get how people can tie the two together, but I still really don't see it. Anyway, Keiji and Hisao have kind of an awkward moment on the roof, and Hisao, being so drunk, doesn't realize that he's about to step off of the roof. Now, Keiji gets closer to Hisao, trying to warn him, and Hisao accidentally falls off the roof and falls to his death, all while this romantic music is playing. So it's pretty dark. I genuinely couldn't believe this was in the game, but I mean, hey, you have to include a bad ending somewhere. Nowhere near as bad as School Days, and don't even get me started on Harvest Moon, but very interesting. Please check it out for yourself. Again, I know it's from a notoriously bad website, but you can find it on Steam now, and it's free, so hey, check it out. Takeshi's Challenge. Okay, so admit it. The only way you've heard of this game before this is either 1, you're Japanese, or 2, you saw the JonTron video. Hey, so did I. And I know many of you are still seething over the fact that I said some good things can come out of 4chan. Please don't leave now. I think JonTron's hilarious, so whatever he's done in the past, if he's apologized for it, let's all move on. Anyway, this video is hilarious, and this game is unbelievable. It was released in Japan on the Famicom. Yes, it might be the only Famicom game on this list, in 1986. And it was designed by a Japanese celebrity at the time, Takeshi Kitano. Yeah, Takeshi's Challenge, get it? Takeshi had decided he'd done just about everything else there is to do in Japanese life in the 80s, so decided he wanted to try his hand at making a video game too. And what resulted is one of the most difficult and obscure, confusing, and bizarre video games you'll ever see. And this was released before your boy Red Shellman was even born, so really old. Anyway, Takeshi's Challenge. The goal revolves around getting to an island to uncover some treasure. You start off as a Japanese salaryman, and well, you solve all of your problems in this game by punching. Is the Yakuza bothering you? You punch them. Is your boss giving you a hard time? You punch them. Is your wife giving you a hard time? You punch her? Yeah, that's no, not fun. No, I wasn't gonna say fun. No. But yes, you can commit domestic abuse in this game, as well as beating up your boss and beating up just about everybody in your way, to include some old man. Like, I mean, it's just you punch things, and it's ridiculous and hilarious. But you might get a little too punch happy in the beginning of the game. There's a password guard, or there's a tutorial guy. I forget like what exactly the point is, but there's some like room outside of the game where you put in your name or put in the password or something, and you can just go and punch them, and this results in your immediate game over. So yeah. What in the world? It's just crazy that this was even thought of. I mean, the days that games were still on Atari, you know, and you were just like basic. I don't even need to get into it. You know, this is absurd. This is insane. It's crazy that they got away with this back then, let alone you would never even dream of doing it today, let alone in the 80s. But I don't know. It was a different time, especially in Japan. I digress. Anyway, check out the game for yourself. I want to say check it out for yourself, but I don't know if I can recommend a game where you play a spousal about. God. Move on. Let's move on. Creepy love. Well, with a name like that, what could possibly go wrong? So this is a Steam game. I've seen it before on the site. It's basically another mini yandere simulator, if you know what that means, if that makes sense to you. It's one of those, it's a love story game where it's kind of creepy. So you play as this like really bizarre woman who is infatuated with this person and willing to do just about anything to get with him. And so are many other women. Only you have to go one step beyond by, well, killing the others, or at least killing one of them, because if you do get caught killing one of them, or I believe is if you just kill one in general, you're stuck to the bad ending route regardless. If I'm not mistaken, they're all bad endings anyway, but in this bad ending, you're arrested by the police, and as you're being taken off in a squad car, I guess, to prison, you escape and find the man that you're infatuated with, where you take control over him, and the two of you have this boss battle, and eventually he takes your head with a shovel. So weird, but you know what? Also interesting. Talk about an obscure bad ending. Let's move on. Saya no Uta. So this one is going to be controversial, and I'll tell you why in a minute. So to begin with, our story begins with a gentleman named Fuminori who gets into a horrific car accident in which he's the only survivor. However, he comes away from it with a horrible hit to his head, which causes all of his senses to be distorted. You see his sight, his smell, his taste, everything just sees the world as horrible. It looks horrible, it tastes horrible, it sounds horrible, everything is horrible. Now, from what I understand, this is a real affliction that can happen, although I don't think it's nearly as bad as in this game. But anyway, in his life, he's miserable, right? I mean, who wouldn't be? And everything he sees is just horrific. Although he can kind of make out shapes and figures of people, you know, he can understand who's who. But he's ready to take his own life when he sees the one thing so far that looks normal, Saya, who has the appearance of a young woman. We'll say a young woman. Yeah, that's where the controversy comes in, because this also is an Arrow game, meaning there's adult content in this game. Now, if you download it now, the American English version, you're not going to see any of it, but you can have it patched in. I don't know why you would. Trust me, with some of the stuff in this game, you don't want to. You think you do, but you don't. Anyway, not that I've seen it or anything. No, I really haven't. I promise. Anyway, so you begin almost immediately to have a adult relationship with this young woman, and she's the only one that looks and sounds normal. Now, why is this? Well, this is because her actual appearance is so horrific that it's actually inverted. He's the only one that can see her as this, and the only one that can communicate with her, and she takes to him pretty quickly too. It's a genuine love story. She doesn't have an ulterior motive here. She actually just likes him because of that. Well, other people meet this monster and are unfortunately torn apart. Yeah, you see, she's a horrible Lovecraftian monster. I don't even know if we see what she looks like in the game. And other people come looking for these people that expire. You see, the people come to see Fuminori and they disappear, right? So anyway, the first bad ending you can get, it's not nearly as bad as the one we're going to get to, mind you. The first bad ending we can get, she has the option of telling Fuminori, hey, I can probably fix your brain and send you back to normal, which you can say yes to. After she does, she disappears because she doesn't want Fuminori to see her true self. And after this, the police come because they're like, hey, all of these people around you keep going missing, and you get blamed for their deaths and put in prison, where Fuminori just sort of waits if he'll ever see her again, which even if he does, he'll probably be pretty horrified to find out the reality of. But that's not nearly the worst ending. Oh my goodness, does it get bad. So remember, he's been having an adult relationship with this monster, right? Horrible monster he's been having a relationship with. That just happens to look like a young woman. But anyway, just get past that. Anyway, at the end of the game, Fuminori is confronted by some of the relatives of the people that have gone missing, which again, I don't know why they didn't call the cops this time, but you know, I digress. And Fuminori can survive this encounter or be killed in this encounter. If he's killed in this encounter based on a previous choice, then him and the monster both die, and that's it. That's the end of it. There's one survivor, and he eventually goes on to take his own life after the horrific things he's seen. Yeah, so that's the good ending. The bad ending has Fuminori being successful, only Saya is killed regardless. But as Saya is dying in Fuminori's arms, she reveals that she is pregnant with Fuminori's child. And as she dies, wings sprout from her back, which looks like an angel, which you can only imagine what it really looks like, and spreads spores throughout the world, which makes the entire world, people, everything, into horrific monsters, just like Saya. And the world then ends in apocalypse, because a man had relations with a horrible Lovecraftian monster. Anyway, again, as horrific and terrifying as that is, most people are still talking about the appearance of Saya. But you know what? That's weird. That's gross. But we can just move on. But the point is, it's a really dark and really unsettling ending. And supposedly, it's actually a decent story. But I'm not going to be the one to find out for myself, so let's move on. Evangelion Typing Project E. I am so excited to tell you about this one because you haven't heard of it. More than likely, I'm willing to bet. If you've heard of it before, comment below, but wow. I mean, so let me tell you how this has a bad ending. So in case you don't know, Evangelion is a classic anime. If you haven't seen it, what the hell are you doing? Stop this, go watch that. Although Evangelion will probably outlive me, as a matter of fact. It's so iconic. It's a classic anime. Anyway, Evangelion, I don't have 20 more minutes to explain the plot to you. You can go watch an 1.5 hour long video on YouTube explaining what the hell's going on. What you need to understand is mechs, although not really, are fighting against angels, although not really, to save the world, and the plot of the entire show is basically just one kid's relationship with his father and his emotions. Anyway, none of that's important. Evangelion Typing Project E is a typing game based off of the anime. There was plenty of games based on the anime, as a matter of fact, mostly in Japan. Anyway, this was a typing game, and typing would actually be in front of backgrounds of the show, and when you typed, it would progress the story along. You see what I mean? And they would adapt scenes from the show into the game. Like if you failed, something bad would happen, right? So what am I getting at here? Well, one of the scenes they chose to adapt comes from an anime episode that involves another robot. You see, the Americans built a robot to compete with the Japanese Evangelions named Jet Alone, which is a meme all of himself, but I digress. Anyway, this robot goes haywire and berserk and starts to ravage America. And they need to stop this because the robot is going to eventually explode, and it's powered by nuclear weapons. So once it does explode, a nuclear weapon goes off. So Shinji, the main character, as well as Misato, one of the main female characters, team up to, well, they already team up, but they work together to try to stop it before it can explode. Okay, what does that matter? Well, one of the scenes in this typing game is typing to prevent this robot from blowing up. You see what I'm getting at here? If you fail this typing mini game, a nuclear weapon goes off in America. Let me just, in case the in case the NSA didn't hear that right, in this typing video game in Minecraft, if you don't type fast enough, a nuclear weapon goes off. I can't believe I'm saying that, but isn't that just wow? You gotta love a game. I mean, how can a typing game have one of the worst possible outcomes in the history of video games? Oh my goodness. Anyway, I'm sorry, I was excited to tell you about this. Watch the anime. You probably know how to type. Go watch the anime. It's great. But anyway, I just thought this was hilarious. Let's move on. Demon Pact Clarice. This is a furry game. A furry game. Hey, look, don't look at me. The game's creators, as their description, say 2 furry losers. I mean, I didn't say it, they did. Anyway, so this game has a couple of bad endings. I mean, really, no, there's no good ending according to the Iceberg entry. Yeah, so I don't know. These 2 guys revive a demon, and she's gonna possess someone's body. I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna pass on this one. Check it out if you want. It's free on Steam. Hey, anybody that can make a game is better than myself, but I'm good. Anyway, y'all, check it out. Lily's Well. Alright, so this one might be one of the darkest ones. I mean, trigger warning for bad things happening to young people. I've forgotten to use trigger warnings this tier, but honestly, if you made it this far and you're triggered by something, I mean, just what the heck are you doing? What are you still doing here? I appreciate it, don't get me wrong. Please feel free to stick around. Lily's Well involves bad things happening to a young girl, right? Her name is Lily, and you begin the game off, you see her being tucked into bed by her father, who says, no matter what, don't leave the house. Always listen to Papa. She's like, okay, Papa. And so what does she do immediately? Well, she leaves the house. Well, she hears someone screaming and begging for help off in the distance, and she decides to go and try to help them. So she had noble goals, but nothing good comes from this. Absolutely nothing. Many endings involve her being eaten alive by a monster, her being eaten alive by a robot trash can, and most of the time it's just her falling into a well. Yeah, it's Lily's well, so the voices she's hearing are coming from the bottom of this well. The main objective of the game is to get down to the bottom of this well, and it's not as easy as you think. I mean, it's usually not, but the thing is, she's a little girl, she's trying to create a rope, some way to get down, and a lot of the times it just does not work. I mean, either the rope fails or someone closes the well on her. I mean, it's really dark and like grim and scary. It really is, and she can fall to her death. It's horrible. Possibly the worst possible ending, I think. And I say the worst possible, I mean that's subjective, but the creepiest one, I should say, because I'm not going to show you any images of her. Yeah, it's like in an anime style, but there's no way I'm going to show images of it. The only one that I will show, this one's actually pretty bad, is she discovers an underground laboratory. Yeah, the story takes some twists and turns. And she falls into a room full of, well, you can just watch it. Yeah, I gotta say, that takes the cake for just being unbelievably unsettling, because you have these horrifying pixelated monsters juxtaposed with this adorable little girl. Now, obviously, it's implied that she met a terrifying fate down there, but oh man, this is horrible. It's terrifying. Now, I know earlier in the Iceberg I said I'm not a fan of stuff like this. The story in this one, I've seen it through to the end, and, well, it doesn't necessarily end well. It's an interesting concept. It really is. So it's not just done just for the shock value of it. But anyway, we'll move on from there. Yeah, Lily's well. Terrifying. Rosetta and the well. So keeping with our theme of wells, we'll get into this game, but first, I need like 1 or 2 minutes to say something, get something off my chest. I hope you'll forgive me. I want to address a comment I made earlier in this layer when I said that these games are a dime a dozen. I don't intend to take that back, but I do want to elaborate a bit. You see, when I say that, I mean it as a double entendre. Yes, they're not really the quality of games that could be worth a lot of money, but also they're literally a dime a dozen, as in most of them are free. So it's like, well, what did you expect? So when I was looking into this game, doing some research, I realized that it looked oddly familiar to me for some reason, but I never put my finger on it until earlier when I rewatched Stacky's video where he mentioned the YouTuber Manly Badass Hero, who does a lot of these indie gems, these indie diamonds in the rough, right? And I realized I'd watched that channel before and I saw that game on his channel. But when I went and looked it up a little while ago, it wasn't that game. It was something totally different, but it looked the same and had the same UI, the same kind of art style, etc., etc. And so I began to think, well, you know, there's so many of these indie games out there, and that's a great thing. That's awesome. I'm glad that people are getting their chance in the indie space to compete. And let's be honest here, there's plenty of games made today that are costing millions of dollars to create, and I wouldn't pay a dime for those games, right? You know what I'm talking about. So I began to think about the games that didn't make it on this iceberg. Now, I already suggested to Stacky like several entries, and some of them did make it, but like a good, I want to say, fourth of the iceberg came from me, let's be honest here. So anyway, I started to think, what about other games? For example, what about StarCraft 2? In Wings of Liberty, Raynor can look into the future and see a future in which Kerrigan has been killed and Amon takes over the galaxy. It's a mission. What about Card NCL, a game that I love? In the final battle, if you're not careful, you can lose your companion Anchi forever. Did you know that Fate Stay Night has just a million bad endings? One of which supposedly cut content in Japan in which a bad ending would occur and Ilya, one of the antagonists in the game, would kidnap your character and have her way with them. Yeah, what about that? And also, what about the other bad ending in Unicorn Overlord, where you can marry your cousin and your children end up having antlers? Speaking of cousins, what about Grand Theft Auto 4? You can take a deal with Dimitri, the game's antagonist, where he'll betray you and kill your cousin. What about Avowed, when you accidentally buy the game? There's so many bad endings that can occur in games these days that I can't even keep up when I'm thinking about it off the top of my head making this list. So what I'm saying is, well, yes, some of these games on this tier, on this iceberg, you might think, well, heck, why is that on here? Just comment below what you think. Other games that I missed, other bad endings, please. If I get enough of them, I might add a bonus layer after the fact and then follow up video. I'm also going to do a video if I make any mistakes, so let me know down below. And of course, just give me a like and subscribe, you know, blah blah blah, subscribe to Stacky, etc, etc. So anyway, Rosetta and the Well. It's about Rosetta and a well. Okay, so this is a short story. There's a mermaid in this well, and by making the wrong choice, you can end up becoming a mermaid. Now, this actually isn't a good thing. But looking into it, it looks like there's really no good ending here, period. Things don't go well for poor Rosetta. So check it out if you want. Like I said, there's plenty of games like it. And I'm so glad there's so many indie devs trying to rise up in the ranks and take the power that has been just freely given by these AAA devs. But as we move on to the final two entries, I just wanted to get that off my chest and say thank you so much for watching. Let's keep going. World's End Club. Okay, so reading the summary on this one sounds like Danganronpa Light, which is pretty cool. In World's End Club, supposedly it takes place in 1995. It's a group of students known as the Go-Getters Club actually survive an explosion on their field trip, and they all wake up in an underwater amusement park where they're forced to play games and try to survive, right? Similar again to Danganronpa. Well, there's a bunch of stuff that happens. It's kind of complex, it's kind of complicated, but what you need to know about this bad ending is that you get to a point where there's a choice in the game, and one of the choices is locked, at least until you experience the other ending. Kind of like Raging Loop, which is another game I could have talked about, but anyway, me da igual. So anyway, in this game here, you get the one ending that you can pick, and all the kids try to escape in a helicopter. Some bad stuff's happening, but then the helicopter is blown up, and then you're forced to restart back from the choice, where you can now unlock the final ending route and go from there. I mean, it sounds like a really cool game. It's like it's a mystery. There's a mastermind hidden in the students, and like I said, Danganronpa Light, so check it out. Let's move on to the final entry. Deleting your save data. Okay, so every iceberg has to have an ultimate entry, and every iceberg has to have that meta entry as well. Every copy is personalized. Well, in this situation, yes, every game that you play is personalized. It's your adventure, it's your levels, it's your companions, it's your character. If it's an RPG, it's a character that you built. If it's a story game, it's story choices that you made, and you may or may not be stuck with them. However, deleting your save data erases everything you've done in the game. I generally think about Pokemon in this situation. All the Pokemon you've collected in your journey, your friends, you may have had a good time with, or may have had a lot of fun with, you know, and then you just hit delete and they're gone forever. All those memories. The worst thing that can happen to a world in the game is you. You playing like a godlike being in these games absolutely wrecks their future, their hope, their love, their friends, their family, etc., etc. And I know I'm being cringe and meta, but that's the point of this century. Deleting your save data is the ultimate bad ending. Well, thank you all so much for sticking it out with me. I mean, this was a journey, but I hope you enjoyed the content. As I said earlier, if you have any suggestions, please leave them in the comments below. If you made it this far, hit the like button, show me some love, and if you didn't like it, hit that dislike button and then comment, let me know what I could do better. Don't forget to check out Stacky's channel and all that mess. I think I'm going to go back to making videos about gaming anime content and pass on Icebergs for a while, but I sure thank you. Please come back to the channel for more, and don't forget, I love you all. You take care.